Shadow People, a DPT trip report posted by Morning Glory Sea to earwid.org, April 18th, 2003. October 2001, 30 milligrams of DPT. I carefully weighed out 100 milligrams of N,N-dipropyltryptamine hydrochloride and dissolved it in 2 milliliters of distilled water. It was very difficult to get the DPT to dissolve, and I found it necessary to add a little heat to get into the solution. I then filtered the liquid through a 0.02 micron filter for sterility. After transferring the solution to a sealed glass ampoule for storage, I measured out 0.6 milliliters of this solution, which of course was equivalent to 30 milligrams of DPT. This was my first experience with intramuscularly administered DPT, and I rightfully decided to start with what I viewed as a low dose. I was never one to enjoy snorting odd-smelling powders. I was anxious to try DPT via a new method of administration. Though I was a bit nervous about the injection process, I was looking very forward to comparing the effects of IMing this material to insufflating it. Those I've spoken with, who have taken it both ways, swear by the intramuscular method. Plus, DPT was always administered by IM injection when it was initially researched as a psychotherapeutic tool in the 70s, so it seems to be a well-explored manner of administration. Using my trusty automatic injecting device, I administered the 30 milligrams into my upper thigh. There was no burn and the injection went smoothly. No immediate effects were noted. I decided to spend the onset of the experiment outside, so I packed myself a bowl of marijuana and brought one balloon of nitrous oxide with me and made my way outdoors. For an evening in October in the Midwest, it was unusually warm. There was not a cloud in the sky and also very little humidity. After 10 minutes, there still was nothing happening, so I decided to smoke some pot, figuring it would help kick in the effects. 2 or 3 hits was all it took. After the marijuana was consumed, I noted a distinct DPT vibration in my body. The night sky was suddenly filled with colours, and there seemed to be life and activity stirring about in the trees. I was amazed at the relative smoothness of IM DPT. Previous experiments of insufflated DPT were very forceful and demanding in nature. In some ways, this was actually gentle, or at least during the onset of the experience it was. Around 15 minutes into the experiment, the effects seemed well developed, and I decided to take my balloon of nitrous oxide. As usual, the effects were overwhelming. I can only describe the place I travelled to as serene. There was complete silence as the universe and I became one. My ego ceased to exist, and the I simply became one with everything. True bliss and universal harmony. This lasted about 3 minutes, though I had no perception of time as this event occurred. It was on my return that things got a little weird. As soon as I became aware of my body again, I noted a strangeness in the air. I couldn't quite place my finger on what it was that was so weird, but there was a certain foreboding feeling in the air, almost as though I was no longer alone. I decided to gather my things and make my way back inside. The walk down to my room was a little difficult. My motor control was a little off, and I seemed to sway as I walked. The visuals had also grown quite intense, and it was actually a little difficult to see clearly over the intense trails and colours that filled my perceptual field in the dim light I was walking through. I put on Donovan's Please Don't Bend, which is a very beautiful acoustic ballad that has a biting edge to it. Very intense song. What happened next is beyond my ability to describe rationally. It's definitely the sort of event that is completely unbelievable unless you experience it firsthand. As soon as I sat down on my couch, there was this creature, this entity or being that was there with me. It sat directly behind me on the couch and started to massage my scalp. It was shaped in a humanoid fashion. I could not make out any specific features because I did not turn around and examine it. I was paralysed with fear, and I did not attempt to intervene or stop it from happening at all. I just sat there and let it do what it wanted to do. I'm not in a position to say any of this was a figment of my mind. Not only could I clearly detect the presence of someone or something there with me, but I could also feel these hands in my hair, and my hair was also visibly moving. There was certainly no wind or breeze in my bedroom moving my hair in the fashion it was. The entity event seemed to end as soon as it began. This occurrence was over by the time the song had ended. The experience of having my scalp rubbed by a presence I was not used to had left me rather unnerved, and I spent the remainder of the trip attempting to put the pieces back together and figure out just what had happened. For the next hour or so, I rode out the waves of fear and uncertainty that I was feeling, knowing the effects of the DPT would soon wane. Though I never reached a state of all-out panic, it was not a comfortable trip after this event. I did not expect to have entity contact from a mere 30 milligrams of DPT, and I suppose I was in a bit of a shock from the whole thing. By the third hour, I was mostly down. It was just my body that was still buzzing. A few days later, I visited my local wise lady, who was a Native American, and she seemed to know exactly what it was. "It's a shadow person," she said while laughing. "That's what they do, among other things. They massage the scalp. They mean you no harm." My friend was really convinced that's what it was, and said my description of what happened fitted the bill completely. She has had 3 such encounters herself after deep meditation, and says many Native American legends speak of beings that she feels are what we both have encountered. She did not know exactly what shadow people were or where they came from, but did offer a few theories. The most reasonable of which I thought was shadow people exist to comfort us. They touch us to provide us their means of bringing soothing feelings. So I guess that is what it was, and with that, I'm satisfied. That trip will have to go down in my books as one of the strangest events I have experienced. I've had entity contact from smoked DMT, but nothing like this. Not direct physical contact. I also believe that the DPT may have been a catalyst in this event, but it was not the cause. Though I cannot even begin to decipher the meaning of it all, hopefully in the future, this mystery will reveal itself to me, and I can bring real meaning to it. Sex with God in Deep Space, a DPT and 5-MeO-DMT trip report by Viz, posted to earwid.org, March 16th, 2012. Earwid note. While the author at first reports the substances used as DPT and 5-MeO-DPT, he later reports obtaining DPT and 5-MeO-DMT. 5-MeO-DMT and 5-MeO-DPT are different substances. The first substance used is categorized as 5-MeO-DMT based on contextual clues. However, because 5-MeO-DPT is mentioned in the initial paragraph, the identity of the substance is unclear. Background on tryptamine drugs especially. This report is mostly about DPT, but also contains a little information on a 5-MeO-DPT experience that I had during the same time frame, within days of each other in fact, which for me might be significant, since I rarely do this anymore. I'd always had positive effects with hallucinogens. I ate a lot of Hawaiian woodrose seeds when I was a teenager. I was a loner and suffered from bipolar depression, mostly depression, and this drug made me feel very connected to the universe, everything, and everyone in it. Something I intensely did not feel otherwise. I did not have access back then to mind drugs other than pot, which made me very paranoid and antisocial, I must say. I've since done mushrooms about 10 times, always with amazing effects. Again, I had a great love and connectedness with everything and everyone. I did acid several times. Depending on the setting, it was incredible or a little too much. It was a little too long and intense, with lingering closed-eye visuals for me compared to psilocybin. But overall, I enjoyed it. Never, ever had a bad trip either, on any of these substances. In my early 20s, I became addicted to meth. For about a year, I was working long hours doing construction and was introduced to this substance by a co-worker. I'd never really heard about the disastrous effects. This was the early 80s Bay Area. Thankfully, I got myself out of all that, as well as getting myself back into school and becoming pretty successful, etc. All during this time, I had cycling moods, periods of great depression, as well as taking mood stabilizers, antidepressants, and occasionally Valium or Xanax. In grad school, I substituted working out for drugs. I'd always been very unathletic, but I discovered that I had a talent for endurance sports and became an elite triathlete. I was training many hours per week. After several years, I started having chronic injuries and obtained Percocet to help me train through it. Pretty soon, I was on and off again, on again, an on again, off again opiate addict, favouring IV OxyContin but using every kind of pill, pod, patch, or whatever I could get. During a clean period, about 7 years since I'd done any psychedelics, a friend made a connection and asked for some DMT. Instead, he was able to get some 5-MeO DMT and some DPT. So we tried the 5-MeO first. My friend vaporised a very small amount of this aluminium foil horn-like thing we'd devised. He took a very small pinch, placed it on the foil, and then finally took his hit. He did not initially look high or otherwise affected. I tried talking to him. He told me to wait, that I had to enjoy this. He just described it as a mild buzz. Well, I put a much larger, 10 times pinch, perhaps 15 milligrams or more on the foil, and despite his warning about the quantity, took a huge hit, vaporizing entirely all at once. Immediately, the foil turned green. It condensed to a ball, disappeared, and I fell into a giant white hole with no hope of escape. I had no vision, completely blind. I started moaning, "Oh, I'm gonna die. Why am I so extreme? Why did I have to take so much? Why do I have to do Ironmans and shoot Oxy?" I started rolling around on the floor, my friend trying to help me. After what seemed like an eternity, but was actually only about 20 minutes, I started to come out of it. I felt a hint of mushroom-like warmth and a feeling of familiar trypto experiences. This lasted for another half hour or so, and I was pretty shaken up after it subsided. The next couple of days were difficult. I questioned my life and my compulsion and addictions. I had minor closed-eye visuals for days following. Even so, of course, I needed to try the DPT. From all accounts, it sounded mellower, or at least friendlier. We first insufflated a small amount of powder, mass measured a moderate-sized line each. After 15 to 20 minutes, we were both coming up. Music sounded like a part of me, more so than with psilocybin, even though the effects were relatively mild. After a while, we wandered around my yard looking at things, ordinary things like leaves, that were becoming extremely fascinating. Without a logbook, I cannot say how long the effects lasted, perhaps 2 to 3 hours, from lift-off to almost complete come-down. Now, the second time was the wild one. My friend had experienced the effects, found them interesting, but decided not to indulge anymore. 2 weeks following our first adventure, I loaded up 150 to 200 milligrams in a saline solution, filtered it through a 0.2 micron filter, and injected it deep into the side of my buttocks. I was alone this time, but was used to tripping alone. I knew not to expect visitors, so was relaxed in that, knowing I would not have to handle anything but the trip itself. The effects came on, fast and strong. I sat on my bed and decided that so long as I could stay in that friendly environment, I could ride this out, no matter what happened. I had candles in the room, and it was fairly soothing. I was in a good state of mind, excited to see what the increased dose would do. At 20 minutes, I was seeing very, very intense visuals. I'd never experienced visuals to this degree that many people do. Most of mine were pseudo-hallucinations that consisted of intricate patterns. These DPT visuals lit up in intensely bright neon, almost exactly like the old black light posters of my youth, and then intensified from there. In fact, the feeling and visuals started taking on a 60s kind of theme, with bright poofy fonts of neon writing floating across the wall. I saw Jimi Hendrix playing the Star-Spangled Banner with an enormous American flag, too large to fit in any real 3-dimensional space behind him. I reach out for a glass of water on my bedside table, and shockingly discover that it has no weight to it. There was no sensation of holding it whatsoever, even though it was clearly in my hand. A very dissociated feeling indeed. From there, I left the room, and then the earth behind. I was deep, deep in the void, more without than within, as if I were deep in the universe, where there was no time or space, no meaning at all. I felt transparent and part of the ether. I felt the presence of God everywhere, transparent like me. Now, I don't normally think in terms of God, but that is honestly the best word I can think of to describe what I felt. The creative force was all through me and all pervasive in the complete blissful emptiness. It was like the emptiness described by the Buddhists, what I strive for in my meditation, even though the mind was definitely still at work in this experience. Physically, back on Earth, I was still slightly aware of my physical body, although I mostly seemed to be residing in space. I felt this tremendous need to stretch, and a sexual need in my hips, groin, and anus emerged. Now, I'm not gay, and have some limited experience of girlfriends, occasionally putting something in me, but not much, I must say. I felt my hands working autonomously. I had an erection, and in a physical manifestation of the transparent quality I felt in my mind, also in my body as well. I started to masturbate while pushing my entire hand up inside me. I felt as if I were being probed by God or vice versa. There was really no difference. We were one. When I came, it was indescribably blissful. I kept no official trip report, so I can't report the time when I returned to the point of being able to read the red glow of the clock and how much time had actually elapsed. But it was shorter than a psilocybin experience, I'm sure. The rate of blast-off, intensity of effect, and rate of come down were all increased. Perhaps 2 hours of intense tripping, followed by a mellow warm for an hour or two until bed. The next day, I felt nothing but wonder. The reintegration was not as difficult as it was with 5-MeO, although I did have a depleted feeling usually that I get after taking tryptamine drugs. What I experienced was largely in tune with what I believe is the ultimate nature of the universe to be like after death. So I was not frightened. I did not have a lot of questioning of the experience. I was just in total awe of the entire trip. I'd do it again, although I would probably reduce the dose. I'd like to see what mid-range doses are like. Alas, at this point, I have no access. Maybe someday. Swarmed by Ghosts, an LSD and DPT trip report by Nervewing, posted to earwid.org August 22nd, 2017. T plus 0 hours. 5 tabs of acid on the tongue. I then prepare a bump of DPT for later, and eye out the dose like a dumbass. T plus 0 hours and 30 minutes. Normal feeling of coming up on acid. Feeling elated, feeling like there is energy flowing around me and into me, brighter colours, faint patterns, etc. I begin getting a melting and twisting and warping of surfaces and lines that I never noticed before this markedly. My screen starts to breathe. T plus 1 hours. Exactly 1 hour has passed. I'm ready to blast off. I go over to where I have the DPT set out and cut it into 3 lines. I rail them one at a time. It is incredibly uncomfortable. In my nose, I can tell that it tastes like hellishly bitter burnt plastic. It sticks to my palate and desiccates everything. Not only that, there's so much of it. T plus 1 hour and 20 minutes. I put my computer away, and I can feel everything rising. The world around me is beginning to swirl and form interlocking polygons. Traces and flashing colour patterns and twisting fractals begin to dominate everything. The noises around me start to warp and flange and alter in pitch. T plus 1 hour and 30 minutes. I begin to think and meditate as the boundaries of my body start to blur. I close my eyes to see a world of glowing lines intersecting to form tessellated polygons overlaid on breathing fractals. I can feel my mind drift into this as my body becomes fainter. I begin to think about all sorts of dilemmas in my personal life. I seem to come to satisfactory conclusions to these issues, but I either lose track of them among the torrent of colourful racing thoughts, or they were purely conceptual, and I couldn't really apply them in the form of words afterwards. As I begin to chain from one abstract thought to the next, I feel like I'm building a mountain of thoughts to stand upon, and as it builds, my mind ascends to higher and higher places with it. T plus 1 hour and 45 minutes. I stand up and wander about my room. I try drawing a little bit, but I'm drifting further and further from myself in body and mind every second. I'm starting to feel like I'm a completely different being by now. I wander over to a table where I keep several animal skulls. I pick up my favourite, a beautifully intact deer skull, so wonderfully smooth and pearly, so aesthetically perfect. I laid shirtless on my bed, gouging its teeth across my chest. I felt so physically numb, I didn't notice it leaving deep scratches on my torso. The skull itself was so incredible, so powerful, that I began to think of the animal that once inhabited it. I began to think about its life, its energy, its raw power. In it harming me, I realised that all living things have a burning life force within them that makes them fight and struggle to exist, to survive. I realised my own life force drew from this same wellspring, that it was common to all Earth life, an unchanging fragment of divergent evolution, perhaps derived from the replicative nature of DNA and RNA. I began to picture myself as a folk hero, travelling a spirit forest with my spectral deer sidekick, a skull with pulsing polychrome tendrils, moulded into the shape of a deer. Between that was experiencing the skull pulsing with the deer's life force. It would shake and press its antlers into me and dig its teeth into me. It had so much energy, so much fire behind it. T plus 2 hours and 15 minutes. My thoughts begin to stray to death, to suicide. I've been thinking about suicide so non-stop lately. In fact, this trip was my last-ditch effort to find some reason not to kill myself. Death, the thought of death, approaches me. I feel so beyond death. I feel like I have already died, like I have not yet been born. What a curious thing death and time are. How odd it is that consciousness seems to transcend time itself. I began thinking about quantum immortality, that in a truly infinite universe or multiverses, every iteration of every atomic moment, reduced to the very most basic component, as a function of time and space exists somewhere. Somewhere, this information is encoded. Something, I don't know what it is to this day, told me that encoded in the air were the whispers of 1,000 consciousness, encoded as binary data in the smallest and most efficient molecular storage mechanism in the entire universe, something beyond the current limits of human observation. Of course, this is just blind conjecture. I'm just on a lot of drugs right now. But this idea of quantum immortality really stuck with me, regardless of whether or not it was directly encoded into this universe. Somewhere, everything that was going to happen had already happened. Everything existed as it was. Linear time was just an illusion. It's just us taking all of existence that is already laid out before us and sequencing it. Consciousness was truly beyond linear time. Mine was, at least. And so were many others that I was suddenly aware of. I realized that no one was truly dead, and that I became aware of other consciousnesses inhabiting this realm. These were consciousnesses that were already dead and had not yet been born. In other words, ghosts. This realization was like opening a door between us.
We were all suddenly aware of each other, and we were both really confused. They swarmed around me. I could sense them. I could sense so many other presences around me. The room dropped to a chill as I kept catching these looming presences. I couldn't see them per se, but I perceived them as hands grasping and clutching at me. I was terrified. Terrified they might speak to me, and that I may be afflicted with these ghosts forever. I envisioned them as hands, faces, and figures behind a thin, translucent cloth, all leaning in towards me. They all had different personalities. Some were kind, calm, and friendly. Most were indifferent. The benevolent ones would inhabit me. I would feel their personality, wisdom, and thoughts course through my neurons. Some, however, I could feel exuding malevolence and ill will. They loomed behind me, towered over me. One of them seemed fond of grabbing my head and pulling it backwards, down towards my bed. It felt like deer antlers smashing against my skull, which would transform into alabaster fingers that pulled me down. These spirits would surround me, clutch at me. I knew that some evil people had once inhabited this space and wanted to harm me. I saw in my chest a glowing core, the glowing core of life force, my burning life force, keeping me from fading into the abyss of asphodel like them. They were all clutching at it, and I had to repel them all through sheer light and force of will. T plus 2 hours and 45 minutes. It was at this point that I began to really seek out these evil spirits, question them and follow them to where they were born from. I closed my eyes and began to trace them to the root. It was like burrowing through thick underbrush. I got deeper and deeper and encountered a being counter to me, a trickster being that didn't seem to harbour malevolence but still acted antagonistic towards me. This was my divine rival. It toyed with my thoughts and sent ghosts after me. I suddenly realised something. This was God. Or rather, this was a manifestation of God. It had come down to me in a mortally recognisable form. I was blessed with its presence. I wondered, why is this God? Why do I have to agree with it? Why do I have to be subservient to it? And why does submitting to it feel so tranquil? I seemed to have my mind shifted to a paradigm in which the paranormal existed, and I was able to believe in and follow God. I still questioned God though. Why was it the ultimate authority? I began to challenge God, think of ways I could exert power over this force. So this trickster being, after outsmarting me at every turn, decided to enmesh me in itself and show me the true nature of God. God is a representation of the absolute within measurable and tangible human experience. Subject to entropy, every universal force we encounter has astronomical chances of random variation. God, however, is contained in life force. Life force sustains itself by altering perception of the world around it to make itself true and maintain its existence. It is absolutely recursive in how it alters perception. It is in this recursion that the absolute lies. It is within every living thing, also probably derived from the replicative nature of DNA and RNA. Humans are unique in being able to recognize this force, and then later personify it as God or gods. This is simply a byproduct of the survival mechanism that drives everything. Life force does anything to stay alive. Every adaptation, every thought is sometimes through circuitous routes, an extension of that. Everything is subject to entropy, however. Entropy is the unstoppable and ultimate power in the universe. As God exists only within living things, even God is subject to entropy. During this trip, I began to experience the positive feedback loops that have been plaguing me with burgeoning depression as something actually positive. This recursion showed me that they could be harnessed in a way that didn't drive me towards the edge. I began to wonder, why do my thoughts seem in such opposition to life force? Why am I self-destructive? I began to realize that it's simply the random mutations that drive natural selection, being more subject to entropy. My mutation was a knack for self-destruction. The life force was still there. It just found itself in combat with another powerful counterforce. As powerful as the life force, but twisted and dark. There were moments during the trip where I was overtaken by vanity and ego, where I believed I was the chosen one by God, where I believed I had solved major unsolved problems in math and physics, where I believed I'd opened a rift between our world and the spirit world. This, all of course, turned out to be complete bullshit, but whatever. The rest of the night really wasn't much. I played a lot of video games and went to 7-Eleven. The visuals played out for a while, but my mind itself became more human. I rode an emotional roller coaster as morning approached, shifting between divine elation and a deep depression.
My friend ordered a less-known tryptamine off the internet via a research chemical website. The name for it is DPT. I was familiar with a few psychedelics at the time and had tried 4-ACO-DMT before, which I figured would be quite similar. I was an avid cannabis smoker as well, so I figured maybe I knew something about something. Alright boys and girls, there's only one place to start with the story, and it's from the beginning. Nighttime in a small room in the suburbs. I sat down at my desk and pulled open the drawer. Hidden under the rubbish was the light, the connection, the powder. I pulled it out and opened the bag. It smelled pretty strange. Out of a journal, a page was ripped and then put on the desk. DPT followed on waves into the shore of white across a dried plant sheet. On the page was now 75 milligrams of DPT, which was a guess because I didn't have a scale to measure it properly. I wouldn't recommend this, it's potent stuff. I took out a straw and insufflated the strange powder. Wow, what a burn. I drank about 2 giant glasses of green tea and landed myself on my leather couch. I felt myself sinking into something. It comes on fairly fast. I haven't done DMT yet, but I would say based on my research and listening to McKenna that this is quite a different venture. Now my sense of time was quite off, but I would say I could feel myself coming up after about a minute or two. My body slowly came up with this extremely euphoric feeling, something so elated and free that I had never experienced and haven't experienced again since. If saying Cloud 9 was ever appropriate, that truly would fit it. After some moments, time wasn't an observable pattern at this point. I started to feel my mind completely and utterly altered. I could feel the waveforms all around flowing through me, and I felt as if, while still in my body, I was sinking into some sort of weird hyperspace, but while still half existing in this dimension. My eyes were closed for some time, just feeling this honestly indescribable feeling, and then I opened them. This is when things truly got strange. I was sitting almost completely in the dark, except for the street lamp emitting a barely visible light spectrum through my window. Sitting in the chair in front of me, a figure began to illuminate, starting from its head down, not quite to its chin, like a strange light shadow casted over something. It was staring right at me, not the me I always think I am, the real me, my real self. At this point, my ego shell had been slowly stripping away until I was completely naked, but it wasn't an uncomfortable naked. It was like taking off dirty rotten rags that I had been wearing since my induction into society. It was like being a newborn baby in the sense that one doesn't understand the reflections that others project onto them to give them their refracted perception of their self. I was pure soul, and this being could see right into me, but I wasn't scared. I was amazed and speechless. I could tell you what it looked like. Giant elongated dome head with huge pitch black eyes, gray skin, the color of dirty snow, and just like that, I can't recall. A moment passes, and I recall sitting and just listening, in the complete silence, to a X and post-worldly symphony of vibrations. Zoom and zaps and zips, and all the music my creative god self could conjure. Anything, everything, it's all inside. I just didn't know it yet. It hits you hard. Without the movement of a finger, I can create almost anything, and it's so beautiful. But at that point, I know it's not really just me. Words can only paint a picture around the reality of the situation. Experience is real, believing is now seeing. As I said, perception of time went out the window, so my next memory frame is this. As I laid on my couch, I felt the biggest surge of sexual energy I've ever felt. It was like all the hidden energy around me was tunneling into my sacral chakra. I felt like I was on fire with emotion and energy. Then two fairies came to me and started caressing me. The rest I will leave to your imagination. Next frame. I am now in my garage, smoking a cigarette. I am at a super consciousness level, and my senses are also the most heightened they have ever been. I am not exaggerating any of this. If anything, this is all an understatement. Wow, smoking the cigarette was so bizarre, and it felt like such an abstract thing to do. I could smell and taste every particle, and the smoke made strange intricacies and fractals. Then the voices came. The only thing I could really say is that it was like a meeting inside my head of people who weren't exactly me, but were part of me at the same time, or rather, I was part of them. It was like alternate reality versions of myself, or like multiple spirit guides. A few of them were saying things like, this one's going to change things. And then only one of them was saying something like, oh, I don't know. Then a few were saying, this one will do great things. And then in solitude again was the voice of doubt, until it stopped saying anything and was convinced my soul was capable of something unique to my situation. The overall experience I would say lasted a few hours, but I'm not exactly sure. Time warps when you're there, but you're still here. I would say it was one of the most mind-manifesting experiences of this natural life. I wasn't quite the same afterwards. Although I've slipped back into my ego patterns, I know where I can find something special in my mind and in myself.
In Hell with the Lord of the Flies. A DPT trip report by Havail. Posted to earwid.org, September 13th, 2021. This trip report is about a very irresponsible behaviour I had only a few months after I discovered psychedelics. Psychedelics had only been positive experiences for me until then, and I didn't understand what the big deal was about setting, etc. I'd already had LSD 6 times, and while I had uncomfortable trips with thought loops and paranoia, etc., the overall experience was always very positive. I also had dissociatives several times, but I never tried anything more powerful than that. In particular, I never tried DMT, and I didn't imagine what a breakthrough was like. In particular, prior to this trip, I had a couple of very powerful and therapeutic mystical experiences on LSD. I was going through a divorce at the time, and these experiences were extremely positive for me. I've done many things I was not proud of, which I needed forgiveness and a new start. While I was never a religious person before, LSD allowed me to suddenly feel the love of God, as in the first cause, and his forgiveness. It made me feel part of a whole, where there can be no evil. But the LSD trips were so long, I wondered if I'd ever be able to find another substance that could allow me to have the same type of experience just in a shorter time frame, as I felt I still needed some therapeutic trips to get rid of all the hate and pain I accumulated over the years. And now, this is how I find DPT. I took DPT twice, 2 nights in a row. The first night I tried to smoke or vape the thing, but couldn't. The tutorials were too complicated to follow, and I was too impulsive. So I decided to try intranasal. I tried one large bump, maybe 100 milligrams, but barely felt anything. Some euphoria, a nice if erotic sensation going through my body. Then I went to bed, and suddenly I saw a being going through my door. walking right through the room and disappearing through the wall. The being was a tall fly man, all thin, black-skinned, with bright red eyes. A couple of days before, I had seen the first episode of Rick and Morty, where they battle a similar fly man, and there was no doubt this was the same being. What was really weird about this experience, that lasted only a few seconds, is that first I wasn't sure that I really saw it. I thought maybe I was just pretending to myself that I saw it, which is weird. The second thing that was very weird is that I am a very rational person. I knew I had taken a hallucinogen, and still I was convinced that the being that I just saw was real. The DPT just opened a third eye, made me see another dimension. The fly man was always there, but now the DPT allowed me to see it. This is what I truly felt, and it was very strange because I was certain that what I saw was a real, other-dimensional being. The next day, I talked about this underwhelming experience to my friends. "The flymen say hi to you," I said, laughing. For all I knew, I now understood that there are other dimensions, and in one of those dimensions, these fly people do their life, minding their own business. The second night, I decided to try 2 bumps. I almost tried 3, but a moment of wisdom made me stop at 2, probably 200 milligrams. Oh God, was I not prepared. I'm writing this 2 years later, and the experience of what happened next is still so vivid in my mind. In a word, it was traumatizing. 15 minutes after the ingestion, I start hallucinating. These are the most beautiful hallucinations I have ever had. Every object becomes shining, enveloped in a halo, and I feel I'm in some sort of futuristic video game. I'm so happy right now. Go to bed, and I start to look at the wall. The hallucinations become more and more powerful. Motifs on the wall start moving, and I sense this evil presence. I panic. Objects start moving, and I start thinking, what if I never come down? What if I can never see the world right again? God, what have I done? Have I really broken my brain this time? The wall has a mural with motifs that start looking like skulls and spikes. The spikes turn and turn in a circle, until they form something like a gigantic mouth with hundreds of teeth. I'm gonna die of fear. I can hear my heart beating. And that was when he appeared. The flyman. But this is not a nice, casual, extraterrestrial being from Rick and Morty. Not at all. I was completely mistaken. This is a demon. The Lord of the Flies. Beelzebub. I am paralyzed in fear. The demon and I became instantly transported in the gigantic mouth. Then I can no longer see my room. We arrive in another world, his world, which I can only describe as hell. Fire, sand, rocks. It is burning, and I am dead. I no longer know who I am or what I am doing here. Time stops, and the demon shows me what seems like thousands of pictures of horrors. Tortures, dismemberment, decapitations, burning bodies of humans. All of those go very fast. At a specific moment, I see images flashing, and I tell myself, this is metamorphosis. I don't know why I thought that. It's like I'm trapped in the hell of every culture on Earth. After this is all over, I find myself lying on the ground in the desert, the fly demon standing tall at my foot. The sky is red. There is a grey mountain far away. I'm not sure what the demon wants to tell me because it does not speak, but I know he wants to show me his world. Here, War is always raging. These powerful beings battle with each other. There is a town far away, and I see the town exploding as if it was nuked by a ray of white fire. I then see a red dragon, the same as in the famous painting by William Blake, flying in the sky. This doesn't make any sense, I tell myself. Why would God create demons? God loves us. Why would he create evil? I sense their very power. They are so much more powerful than us. It's as if the demon is saying, you are mere insects to us. You humans are nothing. And then, the war calms down. Silence. The demon looks at me, and I am still laying on the ground. He directs his right hand towards my body, and I feel that I know what he is thinking. Because you used my power, I'm going to take your body. My arm starts moving on its own. I feel the demon trying to enter my body and possess me. My whole body starts twitching. I strike the bed with my right arm a couple of times to check that I can still control it. This is the end for me. I try to get my two hands close to each other, but it's very difficult to move them. When my two hands finally touch, I perform the sign of the cross. I don't know why I did that. It's the first time in my life that I've ever actually done something like that. But suddenly, a white light appears in the sky, and the demon is destroyed. I'm saved. I see my room again. No more hallucinations. I feel very frightened though. I get up and throw up, vowing to never touch this satanic substance ever again, and swallow a couple of Xanax. For the next few days, I was regularly watching over my shoulder to see if he wasn't here. It took me 4 days to accept that the demon was not real. I threw the DPT, and 2 years later, I've never touched this product again, and stuck to LSD and other softer psychedelics. My behaviour has also changed a lot. I've become a very pro-social person, whereas beforehand, I was slightly antisocial. And I think this trip had a lot to do with that.
DPT was on my try list for quite some time, and having recently attempted it rectally with no effects, I decided it was time to knuckle down and try insufflation. I had done my research on this material and read many accounts describing its often extreme, pushy, and sometimes dark nature, so I resolved to take it easy, start with 30 milligrams, and bring the dose up slowly from there. The setting was our beautiful apartment, and my mental set was perfect, if not slightly nervous as I always am when preparing a sacred journey. It was a pleasant Sunday in spring, and I had no obligations for the entire afternoon and evening. I had my trusty lover and very experienced sitter by my side as always, and she was prepared to dedicate her afternoon and her typing skills to my needs. The following details the experience as it happened with a bit of post-editing. I cut 30 milligrams of the material into 2 equal lines. The substance is fairly sticky and smells much like DMT, and not unlike a rotting tooth. The burn was considerable, but not terrible. The post-nasal drip is bitter and disgusting. I've got some jaw clenching, and I'm feeling pretty queasy and lightheaded. I notice colors are warming up, and there's some morphing of my visual field. The taste alone is almost enough to make me want to throw up, but at the same time, ignoring it is not very difficult. I'm sipping on a cup of sweet tea, which helps considerably. I'm definitely feeling a nervousness developing, which in turn is making me feel as though I have to take a crap. 15 minutes in, mood-wise, I'm feeling totally benign. Physically though, I feel pretty unsteady. Walking feels more like floating above the ground. I definitely feel a little sick, and I find myself belching a bit. At this point, if I scan the room quickly, things look normal, except for the brighter colors, but as I fixate on the Persian rug below my feet, it begins to crawl rapidly in small rippling waves. There is a weird, dreamy, and somewhat uncomfortable body load. It's hard to tell if I am hot or cold, because I feel both. At times I feel very sleepy, and at times I feel very sick, and yet other times I feel completely normal. In terms of strength of the experience right now, it's a solid +2. 40 minutes in, and I'm at a weak +3. About 10 minutes ago, I was feeling rather crappy, and I suggested to my sitter that she snuff back the remaining material that I had pre-measured and join me in this bumpy ride, because I didn't think I was going to want to do more. Luckily for me, she declined, because I'm feeling better and have decided to insufflate another 12 to 13 milligrams. I would have been incapable of measuring out a new dose if I had wanted to. Even navigating my nose and straw above the dose is tricky at this point. I retired to the meditation room, and as I sit gazing into my sober lover's eyes, I feel a rush of lovely emotion rise up in me, and it brings tears to my eyes. These are the first psychological effects noted since the beginning. Visually, I'm finding it similar to 2CX with bright colors and tracers, which is surprising, being that DPT falls into a completely different category of substances. The other thing that is dominating this experience is the sensation of an internal vibration. It is a strange feeling and different from the usual nervous stimulation from other psychedelics. It is more persistent and less annoying for sure. Psychologically, if this leans more one way than the other, I'd have to say it is in a positive direction. An hour in, I'm feeling better and better all the time, although I can't say I feel great yet. This is not a recreational one at all, and going to a party is the last bloody thing on my mind. Either way, determined to go in full well, I'm going to insufflate another 12 to 13 milligrams for a total of 55 milligrams. I went back to the meditation room to do some yoga. I'm finding it difficult to restrain strong shuddering at times, much like post-orgasm shivers, but they don't feel as good. I just decided to lay on my back and navigate my mental space. I thought about a new friend of mine and what a great guy he is. It occurs to me that he is special, and the synchronicity of our meeting seems somewhat predestined. From there, I think of other friends in my family, and I find myself laughing and crying as I relay my thoughts to my girlfriend. This is a beautifully emotional substance, and the remarkable mental space I am in more than makes up for the heavy physical feeling I am enduring. I am noticing this is not nearly as pushy as oral DMT. It allows for self-guidance through the experience, and as the music changes, my mood gently changes with it. It feels very liquid. At one point, the music changes to a soft piano piece in a minor key, and I hear it in a way that I never have before. It is profoundly sad, but in a beautiful way. I break down, weeping gently, squeezing my girlfriend's hand. I don't feel bad. It is a beautiful, deep sadness, and I let the cathartic process happen freely, leaving me feel very liberated when it passes. There is nothing threatening or menacing about this experience, and at this point, I'm at a full +3. It's not as beautiful as oral DMT, but not nearly as threatening either. As my sitter dutifully records my notes on the laptop by my side, I'm finding it quite difficult to express myself. 2 hours in, this is a real thinker. I would give this substance high marks with respects to its therapeutic potential. I can think clearly, and if my thoughts go in a direction that doesn't feel right, I am free to redirect them in a more productive direction. It is slightly overwhelming at times, but definitely not pushy. There seems to be a nice female presence to it, a real teacher. My sense of compassion is raised, and the appreciation for the world around me is heightened wonderfully. 2 hours and 15 minutes in. I feel like the effects are starting to subside a bit. I feel a little dazed like the come down from a good weed high. At this point, I'm ready to drag myself up off the floor and suggest that we go for a walk outside. The weather could not be better. It is sunny and mild, and all the blossom trees around our neighborhood are in full bloom. I take my camera with me and shoot some wonderful pictures of my love. My appreciation for architecture and the subtleties of nature are markedly enhanced. This is surely one of those golden, unforgettable moments. Back from our walk, and I am typing now. My God, it was breathtaking outside. Feeling the wind was invigorating, and the blossom trees were all in bloom. I found a new appreciation for our community and noticed how carefully designed it is, architecturally and aesthetically. Wow, I just spelled those two words perfectly as I typed them, something I would have had trouble doing sober, no doubt. I feel much more sober at this point and see a somewhat normal evening unfolding, although I feel quite exhausted. I have the usual tight feeling in my sinuses that I get when tripping and ache a bit all over. The excess stimulation is still there, and I have what can no better be described as mushroom gut. I feel very lucky and grateful for the experience I just had, and look very forward to experiencing DPT again. It was not as demanding, tiring, and difficult as my oral DMT trip, but still quite important in terms of what I experienced. I am left feeling very thankful and grateful for the friends that we have, and I felt the depth of my love for my girlfriend over and over. This experience left me profoundly thankful, as always, for my life, my friends, and my family.
The Danger of Insanity, The Art of Existence. A DPT and alcohol trip report by Mars. Posted to earwid.org, April 11, 2002. I began this experiment with little foresight, and I truly paid the price for it. I began the evening with several drinks. I had a lot of gin, more than I should have. I was most drunk. I said, "Hey, let's test the sacrament again." Okay, never attempted the nasal route, sounds easy enough. 100 milligrams of DPT hydrochloride salt in 2 quick shots. Oh dear, I can't see. Gotta puke again. Seems too strong. I lay down on the floor, face down. Now I'm gone, totally. I had no concept that I was even a person anymore. I thought that I was some form of insect life, and I only say this after analysing it later. It was like I was a fly that was looking for some slime on the floor to eat. There were other creatures like myself around me, and they kind of showed me what to eat. Ah yeah, we need this stuff, I remember thinking. I was like a newborn child in a new body. I had to relearn everything from scratch in this reality. My mind tried to retrieve my ego, and I thought, nah, I'm insane now. This is art. I knew that I was not alright, but I also thought that there was no other way to be, and that if I was indeed insane, well, that was it. I had no memory of taking any sacramental supplement, nor any memory of my life up until that point. I was comfortable being insane. There was no other way. I realised that there was no way I could ever communicate with another being again, except for these other insect creatures around me. Suddenly, I was beyond my insect form, and I feared that I was dead. It wasn't a scary feeling per se, just one of total loss. But this is where it got really intense. I was in a void of space, where other bodiless beings were swirling around madly. We all had one purpose: to get the thing. It was something that always avoided capture, like a point of light just out of reach. We all screamed and moaned and ripped each other's forms apart in an insane fit to get the thing. Time itself stretched to infinity. And of course, we could never get it. And I realised that this was never going to end, and I was damned to spend eternity trying to get the thing, whatever it was. Let's make up some games. I need to forget about the thing. We all do, I said to them all. Everyone else said no, we must have it. And we went back to our painful torment, which seemed to last forever and ever and ever. But then it changed again, and I was being spoken to by some oriental master. He spoke his language, which sounded Tibetan or something along those lines. I understood the meaning, but now that I think about the words he used, which I can still hear perfectly, I can't put it all back together again. He was telling me there was a great joyous occasion taking place, and I truly felt what he said. Many entities were preparing me for this joyous occasion. He showed me how to do this strange chant, which again, I can't really put into words enough to type. He put all this emotion and energy and compassion into the chant, like he was showing me how to feel. It was most intense. I think I was even crying in the vision. I don't know what my face down in the floor body was doing back in reality, probably slobbering everywhere. Then, it changed again. I transformed into a pitiful beggar. I was crawling around in the dirt chanting, Om Mani Padme Hum. But it was as if those were the only words I could say. They had to mean everything. Like dude can mean every word depending on inflection and context. I would change the inflection of the mantra, and it would take on new meanings each time. I said it with the most pitiful, horrible beggar's lost hope voice one could possibly muster up. I was at rock bottom right now. I had nothing, not even death. All I could do was beg for anything, and my begging was the mantra. Suddenly, I was whisked away again, this time by the benevolent spirits of spring. They showed me green parks and flowers, and filled my spirit with the joy and desire to get out there and give it your all. They actually said that to me, with a smile and a laugh. They made me so happy, and like I was one of them. I truly belonged with these beautiful spirits of spring and youth. We flew about quickly through the green lands, and just as we did, I was compelled to open my real eyes. My friend was face down on the floor next to me, and the room was swirling around like a Tool video. We both got up and were able to speak a few minutes later. He had not seen such visions as I had, but was still most impressed. We were back to a reasonable baseline within 3 hours from launch. I still cannot stop thinking about those visions. I feel changed, like I died and don't know what to do now. I feel like this life is the game. I wanted to play to forget about the thing. I hear the Oriental Master's words all day, but I don't remember what they meant. It's all just a feeling. Overall, too much, but very intense. I still feel like my body is out of whack physically and mentally. The chiropractor took one look at me and said, "What in the world happened to you?" He said there were several obvious signs of major stress in my system. Now, I would not recommend alcohol in these drugs at all, especially not together. Alcohol is not an MAO inhibitor, but can also greatly affect the intensity of most other drugs. This was a dangerous thing to do, and I would never repeat such an experiment whatsoever. The absolute safest way to take DPT is orally or rectally. If combined with Syrian rue seeds, the oral route is very nice, but it does last quite a while, I must say. Snorting DPT is too dangerous. Don't do it. Too many people have serious medical issues. How would you feel if you dose your friend and he ended up in the hospital? This sort of stuff happens a lot. 100 milligrams rectally with a baby medical syringe is by far the best way to do this. Peace out, guys. Mars.
Male, age 63, 165 pounds, 6 foot. Experience with classic psychotropics, peyote, LSD, mushrooms. I'm generally sensitive to these. Intro to testing DPT. Casual study noted wide range of dose levels, and Shulgin's Tychel methods of administering describe mainly IM. Read about closed-eye visuals and transporting to or witnessing a tunnel of light or place of light. September 2011 to August 2012. Received what turned out to be a 250 milligram mediocre batch from a citizen. Escalated dosage 50 milligrams up in 25 milligram increments. Form, gel caps, oral. Effects 50 to 100 milligrams. Pleasant physical rushes, field of vision sparkly like a less edgy 2CE. If I could meditate or be still, unnaturally 60s color edges, lime green, chartreuse, to objects. Had difficulty urinating. Closed eye, I beheld a lighthouse or throne beaming out lights. Its base was writhing satyr men with serpentine women, merging like Hindu yoni lingam sculpture, only alive and copulating. Could not get close to this event as it was more like a tree in a field. During the come down, any interior contemplation just brought the appearance of an insect-headed praying mantis munchkins that were up to no good or rearranging something in the elemental world. They were not scary, I just didn't like them. Then after nearly depleting my 2CE, I pull out a gram of what I thought was it, but no, it is DPT. 9 months old, unopened, standard black factory sealed packet, kept in a dark drawer in an AC'd house. I gel cap and down orally 135 milligrams as that was the level I reached on the crap stuff. Half hours in, I knew I had made a mistake. This hadn't degraded at all and was the real thing. The whizzing molecular stir in my every cell and sensation told me a biggie is coming. 45 minutes in, one of the top 10 most electrifying experiences of my life. Threads connecting my skin, I try to brush them off as cat hair, and interior were zipping out into a totally blurry field of floating ornamental air balloons and cascading vaults of color. Motor skills were hindered, focus impossible. The level of suspension of disbelief, believing the joyful or fearful possibilities my psyche was telling me was happening, was quick and intense. It captured all of my LSD affections, plus some spiritual, mythic, and very electrical presence. Light in all its manifestations was the theme. Blue light from my Wi-Fi as it was blinking became a wild severed cable spewing current wildly about. It was incendiary. I looked out my window, and yes, there were fire engines. Uh-oh. Could not read the small box in the computer screen to type anything in. Took a shower to calm myself down. Wonderful sensations, sexual and sensuous, but Mr. Willie had shrunken in fear, as if he had been in the ocean. Hydrating seemed and was important. Spilled Gatorade across counter, shaking hands. Stumbled into and against things. Bumped a pedestal upon which a Native American mini rug and a wooden sculpt rested. Sculpture flew to the ground as I clumsily stabilized the pedestal glass display case. What was in actually a wooden feather that was not glued in the sculpture bonked across the floor. Here's an example of the quick assumptions and beliefs, unfounded fears and thoughts that came way fast. The pedestal seemed to be memorial for a slain hero that I had disturbed, even desecrated. The wood feather I picked up was I knew to be from a bird, broken and my fault. I gently laid it on the table and said, I'm sorry for the offense, for the slaying of the wooden bird I never saw. I sit to check my heart rate with the fingertip pulse device. The red numbers jump about, 128 or 118, tachycardia. I can't tell and don't believe it anyway. Feels more elevated at 111 on 2CE. I'm not alarmed by this, it seems more from excitement, but there is that push, compelling motion. Go outside and it was a cool eve at sunset. The sky was dripping color. I was afraid. Had to induce the mantra, I'm just tripping and we'll get to a period when I'm not. Noticed one of my 2 house cats had snuck outside, shoot it back in. Could not think logically to any follow-up thought that might alleviate fear and upset. A war between angels is occurring and I am maybe in the arena of collateral damage. My flesh appeared transparent, and the cogs and internal apparatus like spinning gears were rotating in conjunction, and at the same time roaring speed as the carousal of nature. A raging war event was in the sky, the earth was shimmering unsteadily. I could not sit still. Music Vangelis's 1492, a bit theatrical, stirred things up too much. I had trouble understanding and seeing the disc player, hit every button to off it. Parts of my house look unfamiliar, and in this recollection, I still don't know where I was when certain occurrences went down. I looked for my second cat, it turning quickly to tragedy, simply because I couldn't connect up the observation that with the less bold cat discovered outside, the other bolder one probably was too. Therefore, to simply go out back into a safely fenced inescapable yard and call the second cat all would be too well. No, it was gone. I caused it to disappear. I am responsible. I cry mournfully the name of the cat. My wife is before me. She is out for the evening, or I am seeing the moment when I must tell her I lost our little beloved. I weep. I moan for the loss. How did this happen? When did I get back outside? Was I inside or outside? I kneel to the cool cement patio. Meteors hurl in the pulsating heavens. I cry for my little companion to come to me. I mourn her possible loss as a current loss, death. I am weak. I see a host of entities hovering about. It is I who am dying. It's all right. It's not all right. I didn't mean to do it. I surrender and lay down on the pavement. This is a ritual. I am helplessly gently easing down. I am flat. My right arm is propped up. My hand limply spread as if seeking mercy is my impression. I am calm but extremely perplexed as to why this happened and why so quickly. Something really frightening is to the left. Redness, a blood sacrifice on an Aztec stone. Goodness and mercy to the right. I don't want to be one of those who plead for more life. The act, the panic, and uselessness of such a request of the angel of death jar me a moment. But a quote from Joseph Campbell that the angel of death seems scary from far off, but is absolutely beautiful up close, or I am applying that thought now, seems whispered to me, or it was equally a sensation, a pause to behold the beauty about me and relinquish, surrender. I decided, again, not a thought, but a rescuing affirmation, that everything would be okay if I recited God's name, so I praised God as the creator of beauty and perfection, the beauteous. It came out respectfully, sincerely, even though his angels were slaying me. Could not see even the outline of the beings to my right, didn't glance at the ones on the left. I breathed deeply a cool air. The frightening elaboration of entities to my left evaporated. The mood shifted. I sighed like, phew. I curled up into a knee to the chest, one leg bent relaxed pose, sitting. A reprieve, not necessary for me to die, I marveled. What in the world just happened? I was so thirsty. Unfamiliarity with my backyard. I go inside for water. Can't find the cup of water and one of Gatorade I brought outside. Peek into the computer room and it is aflame from that blue light, that severed electrical cord that is streaming blue flame. Can't go in there. Somehow I ended up in my garage without the light on, searching for the cat, but not. Walk toward the side door like I usually do in the semi-darkness, but cannot find it. Stumble into things. This is a trash dump. My cat has been rat poisoned and is here somewhere. I am frantic, parched. I decide if I can get to the hose outside the side door, I will be alright. Knock things over. I head to the small windows across the garage door for some light. It is a prison cell. I am locked in, tortured. What did I do to deserve eternal thirst in such an ugly cell? Red death seems near. I kneel down, beginning the I'm too weak to resist this onslaught, but build a sudden resolve to fight. Before me on the floor are two snakes, rising up, not living, but made of gems. On the left, a red one, on the right, a white one. Gifts of inestimable value, sacredness. Immediately, I have taken the white one and am in trouble. Although I am not holding, it is not even around. Wrong choice or a threat comes with it. It becomes clear that I am pursued for wrongly taking this gem. All I did was see its beauty or get near it. I resolve that I will resist this onslaught of danger and death. Somewhere in this 4th hour, lost in my garage, I think how fucked up I appear and will appear if my wife comes home right now. She is a straight arrow, and drugs in general is a forbidden for me. I stumble about the garage, into a wall, and slide down it like a drunken man. I get up, put on one of my hats hanging on a peg. It feels unfamiliar. I knew it was there barely seeing, then why can't I find the door? It is critical that I get fluids and cool air. The garage door opener is a 4-foot square of wiggling dull light. I press it and am jarred by the noise of the rising door. Ah, something real. I could see the door to the kitchen. I'm going to be alright. I rush into the kitchen. There is spilled red Gatorade on the dark counter, but at least it doesn't look like blood. Cold drinks and ice on my forehead and neck revive me. Real objects in the safe familiarity of my house are there and real. After sitting, I sense the push. The electric current of sheer pushing has subsided. Visuals are more organized in pattern, less of the blur of pandemonium. Feel really good and am amazed at the time. What was I doing all this time? Where was I in the house when certain things occurred? I search more like an irked, frustrated parent for my cat. There is no panic as the house is mine. My life is mine. My wife clicks open the kitchen door and sees me pacing about. I tell her I can't find Hermione. She helps me, then says, "There she is at the door." And sure enough, the little critter is staring in the back door glass. Everything is alright. I sit in my easy chair in the dim light. It is 10:20 p.m. My wife darts in and out doing her evening routine. I have to smile about weird and senseless goings on in my head. I'm delighted with this ebbing of the spectrum of dazzling colors, but tracers still trace. I say something aloud like, "Requisition more bubble-butted grocery carts," referring to some dwarf shopping beneath the furniture. It is very funny and I chuckle at my own wit. Couldn't sleep until 2 a.m. even with 2 Excedrin. The next day, I do not even sleep late. Eyes sting with dryness, body aches like I've been beaten up. I walk hunched over. Had to just say holy moly about the trip. Reflecting more deeply, I remembered that the red and green dragons were Geoffrey of Monmouth's beginning to the King Arthur legend, a topic of interest to me in college and young. His wife and a devotee of his wrote a book on the Grail legend. At the bottom of a pond, 2 dragons wrestled, which became the symbol of the house of Pendragon, Arthur's father. I must read more about it. Lucy's sister, I name her, living myth, summoner of angels, challenger of character. I love this one. It's a teacher, a reckless friend. Future dose-wise, I will do half the amount. Duration, 5 hours intense, 4 more in gentle come down.
The sun is lower than I had wanted it to be when 55 milligrams of dipropyltryptamine sinks below my skin. That's no problem though, since time will soon be happening twice. I'll both be leaving this park when I planned and staying longer than I hoped. I've used DPT in this grove of eastern white pines or others like it 5 times before this. There's something profoundly graceful about their gilded green clusters swaying against a sky that drips with blue. And more times than not, it's been revelatory. This time will be no different, but not in the same way I'm thinking it might be now. I found a reclining rock to trip out on 3/4 up a moraine composed of massive boulders. A nice isolated place. It's about 150 vertical feet to a trail that runs along a ridge up top that I'll have to high step it to once I've come down enough from the DPT. There was 55 milligrams of DPT loaded in that barrel, 5 to 10 more than is usually needed to launch me into my sweet spot. I'm a once a month tripper, but finishing school projects early this spring has afforded me a window of opportunity that has been closed for 3 in the months before now. And so I've tripped 3 times in the past 2 weeks. I loaded that dose because I figured I'd need a little extra oomph to blast over psychological tolerance. But I'm wrong. 20 minutes into it and I'm sure I've overshot my mark. I'm dislocated from my sense of my body and miles away from being able to walk. I'm feeling a bit like I did before the first and last time I achieved ego death with DPT years ago. It's fine though. I'm blocked from sight and all I need to do is wait here with a grin so persistent it aches, while listening to music until the pieces fall back into place. But they don't. It's a good 50 minutes after injection when I attempt to sit up. I'm way past the peak, but I'm definitely not ready to climb the boulders. I decide to do an inventory of my stuff to make sure it didn't fall out of my pockets and into that hole to oblivion I was dancing around earlier. I look to my right and see my headphones. I look to my right and see my headphones. Did I just do a double take? Did I just do a double take? What? What? I'm unable to realise it explicitly at this time, but I've begun to consistently experience partial echoes of my emotional reactions, thoughts and interior monologue. Even the inner impressions of perceptions, approximately 2 seconds after they occur. To understand the nature of what I'll be describing more clearly, Imagine walking into a quiet, empty room at 1 PM. A cuckoo clock whirs to life, startling you, and you twist your head to see it. It gives one quick cuckoo. Giggling at yourself, you watch as the tiny bird snaps back behind the doors of the clock. At 1 PM and 2 seconds, the clock's doors have just shut. Yet suddenly you're struck with the same sense of surprise you had when you heard the mechanism first start 2 seconds ago. Less than half a second later, the sensation of twisting your head to see the clock recurs. You experience vertigo because in truth you haven't physically moved a bit. Still standing there looking at the cuckoo clock's closed doors, you can almost see the bird pop out and almost hear its chime. It's more than a vivid memory. What you're experiencing is so transporting that you feel at a far distance from the image of the clock that is actually present at arm's length before you now. Like you're a step behind yourself and trailing in time. Expressionless, you feel a mild sense of relief followed by a short spike of elation and a blush spread across your face. This is what that laugh you had at yourself a moment ago would have felt like if you hadn't smiled. You're getting the first hints that something's seriously wrong. Now the muffled echo of that 2-second-old laughter is mixed with brand new confusion, which will soon mount to dread. You turn to leave at 1 PM and 4 seconds, yet as you take your first step, you feel a part of you is still standing still, looking at the just closed doors of the clock. This is what's just happened to me. What the hell is this? What the hell is this? I sit for a while in the grove disbelievingly, looking around like I've just woken up in a strange place. I don't know how I got there. I don't want to leave until I figure out what's going on. I keep thinking it'll just stop on its own, but it doesn't. This is frightening. The trip has been rapidly declining. At this point I can easily stand up, walk and focus visually. Yet this phenomenon, a glitchy state of mind I'd only expect to encounter briefly during a dizzying psychedelic overdose, if ever, seems unwavering in its intensity. I look at the sunlit trees, seeking something of the enveloping warmth and beauty I saw blooming at the edges of their leaves just minutes ago. But now their lyrical shimmer seems flat and tepid. And then, once more, it seems flat and pallid. The sublime and the beautiful are no refuge for me now. I feel a twinge of panic, but it's as though the fear's emotional cord is plucked with the soggy corner of a sponge. Then the same fear comes again, indistinct and without pain, just trickling down my back with the chill of stagnant water. This should be over now. I'm down, but I'm not out. Stretched over 2 seconds, between two styluses scratching the same groove of time, I continue to find that all I experience is faded and degraded, and everything is twice. In over a decade of psychedelic experiences and reading others' reports, I've not encountered or heard of anything like what's happening to me right now. It's not an eternal tailspin into the recesses of the psyche, or LSD's thought loop-de-loop psychosis. It's not something I can't stop thinking about, because it's just so damned intriguing or a perseverative behaviour spurred on by compulsion. For 30 or 40 minutes I try to tell myself it's one or a combination of these things, and I'm just still too fucked up to recognise it. Throughout the episode I most often tell myself that what I'm dealing with is my own obdurate conviction in the pursuit of a question. I want what I'm experiencing to be the result of following a mystery so irresistible that I place myself as a character in its ongoing story to figure it out. The question, if a person suddenly re-experiences everything, even as they continue on with their life, what can they do to make the repetition stop? And how do they catch up, or slow down, so that the two aspects of themselves once again track their experiences at the same point in time? I'm feeling myself and I know it. I just want the problem to be something I recognise so that I can know it will end, or can at least imagine a way that it could end. I need to know this is something people come out of, but the seconds are just there, unapproachable and indelible like a brute fact. I want to cry, or I expect that's what I should want, That's what's supposed to happen when things are desperate and you don't know what to do. That's the one outlet we always have. But I can't feel anything strongly enough to cry. Feelings occur in our immediate experience, but in this labyrinthian echo chamber they cannot scale any sharp emotional crescendos because they're constantly garbled and misdirected by the stirring of the just past. My thoughts and their echoes share the same breath as they stifle each other in endless error. I can't understand what's happening or escape it, only persist as a subject of its vague horror. It's a simple horror too, consisting of just this world and just one repetition. This is no dimethyltryptamine temple, whose grand vault and ornate fixtures can only be maintained by the rapid influx of high concentrations of psychoactives. No. All this needs to maintain itself is what it already has. The independent reality of quotidian existence. Its hell is economical. It really could last forever. I repeat the same rationalizations about what is or isn't happening repeatedly, because often I can't tell if the echo of these frantic thoughts is the second, third, or the first time I've gone over them. Degraded experiences like the ones I'm encountering now don't make much of an impression, so I constantly forget. I'm flailing in a swarm of sensations. It's extraordinarily difficult to tell when I first initiate any action, because often my sense of initiating some thought B will coincide with the echo of my sense of initiating some previous thought A. The result is a sense that I experience starting to think about two things that are not necessarily related to one another at the same time. In this way, even simple statements about myself can cascade into cacophonous congregations, jostling with slick-tongued strangers. I start to worry I could get rolled into a snowballing maze of ever more convoluted re-experiences of re-experiences. A few times I think that a positive feedback loop is forming, but the loops truly seem limited to just one iteration. My misperception of second or third repetitions, or repetition intervals of greater than 2 seconds, owe to forgetting that what's been thought already and how long I've been repeating it, or repeating something to myself in order to comprehend it by rote, and forgetting that repeating things to myself is what I'm trying to do, or pretending that my fear of being caught up in endlessly overlaid repetitions of shuffled experience intervals has actually come to pass, but forgetting that I started out just pretending. Yeah, it's damned confusing. Of all the things I re-experience, my interior monologue is the most resonant, so it is it that I try to quiet. I hope that the real-time and delayed tracks of my experience will be pulled back together if I can create a vacuum of mental silence. If no experience fills time, I hope, there is nothing to separate the copied experience from the original, nothing for the horror to orient its consistency. Staring wide-eyed, I see, and try only to see, something outside me. Tree bark, lichen on granite, cloud, it's futile. I can't empty my mind of thought because the echo is, itself, thought. It is automatically layered. It's always already inside. I want to talk to someone. I want to hear a voice that isn't my own. I feel almost completely sober in my body now. Why hasn't this stopped? This has to be because I've been tripping. But I'm not really tripping now. Is this nightmare really self-sustaining as I feared? Okay, last resort. When I make it home, somehow, I'm taking a knockout dose of GHB. A lack of consciousness cannot be divided. That will save me. I have to believe that will save me. But for now, walk, jump, keep your balance, find the trail, read the map, be busy. You're here now. This is happening now. You're the one behind your eyes. If your world is muffled, turn up the fucking volume. I find the trail and start heading towards the park's exit. It's up around a few more bends. I tried to laugh at all this. How can it be? It's all so absurd. It can't be my fate if it's absurd. You can't split and drag a clone of your ego behind you in time. You can't be happening twice. You can't be happening twice. Whatever is happening can only be happening amid the swirl of living symbols that is you. You cannot be stuck in a mystery of logic. You cannot lose yourself forever in a question. Your ego was unravelled during the trip, and when it started to spin back together, the exact same length of thread was double spun. Here I'm not sure if I experienced double vision or if it's a hallucination. It's too quick, but for about 2 seconds the rightward bend of the trail in front of me divides in two and appears to curl back on itself. That's it! I laugh out loud, and for the first time in over an hour, I feel a sensation resonate through my whole being. It's joy. Wait, what? I forgot what I'd just figured out. For about half a minute I'm not even sure what's happened in the past hour or so, but I feel like crying, and I finally feel like I could cry. It stopped. Suddenly I'm tripping again, with elation that's bold and clarion. An amber-hued rhapsody resounds through the full breadth of my sensorium. It's partially the sheer ecstasy of being whole again, but truly I am tripping harder. Perhaps I like +2 on Shulgin's scale. Over the next half hour I figure out that what has probably happened is that earlier I mistook the sense of detachment from the world I was experiencing during the time of the repetitions for a substantial decline in the trip's intensity, when in fact the trip had been declining far more slowly. I check the clock on my cell and see I'm only a little over 2.5 hours past dosing. I expected this to last 3 hours before fading into residual stimulation, but even so, the fact that I was still tripping harder than I realised at this point does not account for the great severity of the phenomenon I experienced. Because the Eureka event that ended the repetitions was followed by a brief period of quasi-amnesia. It is difficult to say for sure, but I think I remember the essence of what the realisation I had was. Just before the realisation, I had suspected that towards the end of the DPT's peak, I experienced something akin to ego death, but it was incomplete, i.e. some components of the ego remained online, while others depatterned. The part of my ego pattern that was disrupted, whose fragmented form perhaps took around 2 seconds to synthesize its degraded experiential gestalt, may have re-established itself nested within the part of my ego pattern that survived the trip intact in error. This erroneous fragment followed the ego reassembly instructions, but as it carried out those instructions it was chemically partitioned by the DPT from the surviving portion of my ego pattern that it would have otherwise been integrated within, that is, the fragment of the pattern that continued processing sensory information in the relative present. This idea of a degraded, nested ego is similar to but distinct from the simultaneously active egos shown to exist in the brains of some people that have undergone corpus callostomies. In any case, what was happening was a lot more complicated than a localized muscle spasm or a vocal tic. Something needed to continually orchestrate the activity of a device array of neural subsystems into a partial reiteration of whatever pattern was expressed in my brain 2 seconds before. I see something intriguing about the duration of the trail hallucination Eureka event that ended my experience of the repetitions. That is, the hallucinations of the path curling back on itself. I estimated it lasted just 2 seconds, which is the same duration as that of the delay between my experience in the present and its re-experience in a lesser form. To me, the similarity suggests that two highly similar egoic brain processes, each partially capable of generating the essence of my usual personal conscious experience of the world, were synthesized and looped in succession. If this is the case, it might explain the degraded sense of self in the environment I noted during the experience. If mental resources needed to be reallocated to sustain both the ego that shaped my initial experiences and the echo ego that re-experienced them, I imagine the bioelectrical patterns that each of the two consisted of would need to be of a significantly lower fidelity than those of a single ego pattern, free to utilize all mental resources available to it for itself. It's also fascinating that throughout the episode, I was trying to gain perspective on the problem by describing it to myself, but it was only when I came up with an interpretation of how the repetitions might have originated that the episode finally ended.
My best guess is that by thinking of a theory that roughly explained the problem's origins consciously, I provided some non-conscious maintenance intelligence a diagnostic solution that was close enough to the actual problem to correct whatever was happening and re-establish my normal unified ego pattern. The symbolism of the path curling back on itself may indicate that, on some level, such a non-conscious intelligence was aware of what was happening and chose to communicate it to me through the hallucination. But the symbolism is too vague to draw conclusions. Of course, that a powerful ego dissolver like DPT was increasing in concentration at this point during the trip likely also played a role, both in my ability to make the realization about what was occurring and in the ability of my brain to re-establish and sustain the signal integrity that I believe likely underlies the functioning of my complete ego. I'm sure I didn't absolutely need to give an explanation for the problem's origination in order for it to end it all, but because the nature of the problem was so severe even at a mild +2 level of intoxication, I also have no doubt that the repetitions would have continued for far longer independently of the episode's concurrent DPT concentration levels if I hadn't. After almost 13 years of use, even familiar psychedelics continue to surprise me. I think it's terrifying that an episode like this one can happen at all. To tumble endlessly through a labyrinth of myself, unable even to summon the indignation to scream, is a terror worse than I could have imagined. But it is also a profound testament to the facility of our minds that something so seemingly catastrophic as a looped ego pattern can be corrected through conscious understanding and epiphany. DPT taught me a psycho-philosophical lesson I had never read of or heard or hinted about, and provided it through incomparably valuable first-hand experience. As self-aware beings, I can't imagine being charged with a more natural or pressing responsibility than to use the complete repertoire of our material and cognitive resources towards expanding the limits of those aspects of our awareness that make us unique within the full breadth of the experiential realm. What tools today could be more valuable to those ends than these non-endogenous bridges of psychomatter we continue to lay across moribund voids to new and great expanses of the mind that are physiologically impossible to reach without them? I will not let horror dissuade me, not least a revealing horror. I won't fear such opportunity.
Buddha Womb, an ecstasy and DPT trip report by Ray of Vishnu, uploaded to Erowid October 22nd, 2007. This was it, the first attempt at seriously going beyond the pale. I had no idea what I was in for. Previous to this, I had only experienced 2 small doses of mushrooms and numerous ecstasy trips. They were interesting, but were not the experience I had been hoping for. I was raised in a very fundamentalist Christian tradition and had been recently introduced to Gnosticism. This was my attempt to attain a direct experience of God. I have to admit, I was extremely nervous of this endeavour, but knew that I had to attain the gnosis that was calling to me. 2 of my best friends and I decided to take this journey. Soma and Silence, I will call them. Soma, being the hardened veteran of the psychoactive realm, was our designated leader for this expedition. All of us being outdoors type of people, we decided to retreat to the relatively quiet realm of the national park nearby. And a pretty famous park at that. Joshua Tree. Gotta love that place. A campsite was decided upon, well into the Netherlands of the park, 6 or so miles away from the parking lot. This was Silence's first ever experiment, and last for that matter. Soma had tried DPT on 3 previous occasions, and other psychoactive plants and chemicals in plethora. He decided that we ought to add a little EX to try and help with the difficult ride to the top that DPT is famous for. We'd arrived at a point that was roughly 2 miles from our destination when we swallowed our pill cocktails. Vitamin C, E, B12, copious amounts of 5-HTP, along with our double-stacked E-pills. Sorry, cannot for the life of me remember the name of the pill. 30 minutes or so later, we arrived at our designated camping spot. Soma and I began unpacking and arranging the camp spot while Silence went to go sit up on a rock and watch the sunset. All preparation set, Soma began measuring out the DPT on his electronic scale that he had brought. Soma and I were beginning to feel the first slight effects of the E. Silence did not seem to notice the E at all at that point. Not that it ended up mattering. That DPT doesn't seem to like competition. Soma has decided that a dosage of 100 mg for myself and 40 mg for Silence will be sufficient for what we want. Soma doles out 150 mg for himself. As he would say, not recommended by the FDA, that's for sure. Shortly after sunset, around 6 PM or so, we insufflated our medicine. I was first up to bat with Soma being second and Silence last. Never having insufflated anything before, I was unprepared for the burning and bitterness. I was also unable to get the whole dose on the first try, and had to switch nostrils and get the rest of it. I went to my lawn chair to await the apocalypse. I didn't have to wait too long, 10 minutes or so to be exact. I began to complain of not feeling right. Lol. No shit, Sherlock. I felt completely drained, as if I was in a desperate need of sleep. Slumping into my chair with my eyelids drooping, I contemplated the feeling that I was in the path of imminent doom. Soma, noticing my state of mind, came over, took me by the shoulders and shook me. "Wake up, man, you can't let it beat you this quick. If that happens, you are done for." So rousing myself up out of the chair, I took a deep breath, and whammo, nausea and intense vibrations pulsated through my body. The earth started undulating all around me. "I don't know what to do," I said pathetically. "Go meditate," suggested Soma. Fumbling with my CD player, I put on some Celtic music that I was taken with at the time, walked over to a soft sandy spot near the campsite, and rested myself in the kneeling position. Looking out to the west at the dying sunlight, I noticed that the landscape was becoming more and more unstable. The hill just off to my right was suddenly on my left, and the cactus on my right was suddenly on my left. Things would become startlingly close, then infinitely far away. In fact, as time progressed, I couldn't count on anything in the outside world to stay where it was supposed to. I found the experience to be most uncomfortable, so I decided that perhaps closing my eyes would be a better option. Upon closing them, my whole field of vision came alive with swirling metallic rainbow colours that finally took shape of that of the real landscape outside of me. The phenomena of 360-degree vision was also present. The hill was where it was supposed to be. The cactus was where it was supposed to be. The undulations of the ground were just like the real one on the outside. They were all made up of this rainbow metallic colour that I can't give justice to. In fact, they were like tiny chords of this light that made up my field of vision. The only thing that wasn't present were my friends and our various implements of humanity. At this point, my breathing became very heavy and deep. My body felt like it was on fire. That's the best description I can make of the feeling anyway. More like a burning from the inside out as opposed to the outside in, which you would normally think of when contemplating being on fire. My nausea was also becoming worse at this point. Simply breathing just became my whole existence. This is where things start to get really interesting. As I breathed, the tiny chords that made up the landscape started pulsating in time with my breathing. Energy from this landscape pulsed in from all around directly towards me and into me. As the energy entered me, it came against resistance. Strangely enough, it was at the location of the first chakra. The feeling of being on fire was intensified in that area. I kept breathing heavily and deeply. The energy kept pulsating into me further and further up me, bit by bit with each breath. It was always met with resistance, but progress up the conduits of energy within my body were definitely noticeable. This feeling of fire followed upwards as well, until at least we reached the location of the sixth chakra. As the energy cleansed the sixth chakra, I threw up. Interesting to note that at exactly the same moment, Soma vomited as well. Also, as a side note, I noticed when I opened my eyes to vomit that the three of us were all kneeling in the shape of a triangle, but shortly after this, Soma had to get up and walk around. He was most definitely not having a good time. He interacted with quite a few unpleasant entities that night. After closing my eyes again post-vomit, I took an especially deep breath and the energy followed suit, but this time there was no impediments to the energy coursing through me. The landscape melted away, and those metallic rainbow colours became more intense and vivid. All sense of time was lost. All sense of body was lost. No thoughts were to be had at all. I didn't even notice if I was breathing. I would say that I was going up and up and up, higher and higher into this timeless place, but that would not be quite right. It seemed more as if it were going round and round. Unutterable peace, love, goodness and light was all that I was able to understand. Blissfully, I remained in that state for I don't know how long. It couldn't have been more than an hour and a half though. Eventually, the light took on a very vague shape. In fact, I would have to say that if a vaginal canal would be made of light, this was it. Noticing this, I pushed forward into the light. I thought that there must be something more just through that hole right there in the middle, but it was not to be. As I tried to delve further, a voice, not really an audible voice as such, said something to the effect of, "Sorry, not for you to go there right now. Your friends need you." And just like that, I was out of it. Opening my eyes, I found that the landscape still would not stay put. Not even the stars would stay put. They would come flying down out of the sky and right into my eyes in a flash of blinding light. This left me feeling very disoriented, and my body was also not responding very well to my thoughts of walking and whatnot. That had to be worked through though, for upon coming back, I found Soma in a state of terror and panic. He kept muttering something to the effect that there was far too many evil entities around. I took him by the shoulders and said, "Buddy, look at me. Just look at me. Tell me what's going on." He began describing what he was seeing to me. "I'm in the middle of a coliseum. There are a couple demons right by me, and in the stands there's thousands and thousands of demons looking down. They're crucifying me," exclaimed Soma. "Well, fuck that," I said. I asked Silence to come join us, as he was still sitting there in the sand. Group hug. I prayed that my friends may be able to go to that place of love and light with me. I closed my eyes again, and there I was, though not quite as intensely as before. There was no talking or moving on any of our parts for about 15 minutes as we rested in the light. I was completely content to stay in that light forever, but Soma finally said, "Okay, that's enough. If we stay there too long, we'll never come back. That'll be it for us." I did not feel the same, but as he was the one having a hard time, I didn't argue. He was noticeably calmer and more sure that he was going to pull through, so at least we got accomplished what I had hoped to accomplish. Soma said he needed to go be alone, and off he went. I turned to Silence and asked him what had just happened to him, as I was curious if my prayer had been answered. He responded with, "That was completely peaceful." We made our way to our chairs and sat down. I was feeling so excited that something that good actually existed, that I just kept saying over and over how good everything was. Silence commented that he felt as though he was at a crossroads, so to speak, and that while he watched me ascend and Soma descend, he was unable to go either way. He was frightened of both paths. The time at this point was roughly 10 PM. We spent the rest of the night, Silence and I, talking about the nature of God and where life would take us from here. Slowly the landscape had started maintaining its normal form, and glimpses up at the stars were incredible. They were still moving, but more in a way of just being excited to be alive. Eventually, Soma came back from his solitude and announced that he needed a bath. Silence was pretty much back to normal at that point, so we began packing up our stuff. Once all of our stuff was put away, we broke out the weed pipe and passed it around. It was roughly 2 AM at this point. We arrived back at the car at roughly 4 AM. I was feeling pretty cracked out by that time. More than likely, it was the E-pill finally making its presence known. The weed seemed to help with that feeling though. Silence drove back as Soma and I were still feeling too weird to drive. In summary, this was a true transcendent experience for me. I have felt more alive than ever since this experience. The most major change that I noticed in my psyche post-trip was no longer fearing death, since I understood what truly awaits me on the other end. I don't think I could have asked for a better gift of freedom. 10-year anniversary. An LSD, DPT and GHB trip report by Merple, uploaded to eroid.org on August 30th, 2001. June 4th, 1989, Beijing, China. Many students are killed by government troops while protesting for democratic reforms in Tiananmen Square. June 4th, 1989, Washington, D.C. suburbs. Through a series of coincidences, I ran across a little square of white blotter paper containing a sample of Hoffman's magical elixir, and so had my first trip. June 4th, 1999, Beijing. Soldiers raised the Chinese flag over Tiananmen Square in Beijing, as China tried to ignore the anniversary of the student democracy movement there a decade ago. June 4th, 1999, Washington. Unlike in China, June 4th is an anniversary full of joy for me, and one which I celebrated quite fully this year, as is fitting for 10 years. Ah yes, my 10th rebirthday. This is one that I won't soon forget. I hadn't had LSD in a pretty long time, about 15 months since my last mild experience, and around 2 years since my last full-blown LSD experience, which had been a little on the rough side. I've been exploring other entheogens quite thoroughly in this time, but I stayed away from LSD for a variety of reasons. With my 10th rebirthday approaching, however, I decided it was time for a reunion. I obtained a hit of green gel tab acid and set it aside for the upcoming anniversary. June 4th finally came, and I felt that old familiar nervous anticipation rising in me. Acid, my first and most familiar ally. I found myself incredibly nervous, which struck me as silly. I've done this countless times. I've even done crazy shit like ayahuasca. Why is a little hit of acid causing me so much tension? I guess it was just because it had been so long. I decided on 11 PM for takeoff. Around 10:15, I decided to go in my regular internet chat room to relax and smoke some cannabis before takeoff. I go on there and find one person taking AMT, one person taking DMT, and one person taking AMT with mushrooms, another one taking DPT with ketamine, someone else taking LSD, and a few other assorted trippers. Surprise, looks like the universe decided to throw me a spontaneous rebirthday virtual party. Well, alright then. I placed the sacrament at the foot of my Buddha carving and lit a stick of incense. I reflected upon all that I had been through with LSD over the last 10 years, and all the wonderful things I have learned from it. 11 PM, down the hatch. Well, like I said 10 years ago, there's no turning back now. Felt a strong alert by 11:15 PM and knew I was going to be in for a wild ride. I was also overcome by a strong wave of nostalgia about LSD. I put on headphones and listened to Moody Blues, broke out a folder of my old LSD-influenced drawings, and began reminiscing. I read old reports of mine. Unfortunately, I've only made a few of them. I thought about how different of a world it was when I first fell through the rabbit hole. There was still a Soviet Union. The internet was still not much more beyond the wet dreams of a few visionary geeks. Someone reminded me that Tiananmen Square massacre happened the same day, 10 years ago. Wow. Around 12:15, I wasn't tripping unusually hard. I was at a +2 on the Shulgin scale. I started to get worried that I wouldn't trip any harder. By 12:30 to 12:45, however, I realised I was about to trip quite a bit harder. I went to lay down just as I found myself hurled into an amazing +4. I remembered how much I loved LSD right then, and wondered why I had let it go for so long. The peak was spectacular. I was laying in my bed in a dark room, the best way to experience acid I think, and the closed-eye visuals were mind-blowing. At the same time, I felt that high-speed LSD consciousness train blasting through my skull. The visuals and thoughts were very much in sync. I thought about many things, how much I had missed acid, how much I had learnt from it over the years, and then into reflections on my life. The realisation that this was my first acid trip as a non-smoker, which struck me as being an important milestone. After a little while I stopped thinking about anything and it became just a process of abstract thinking, accompanied by the fantastic acid visualscapes of the disembodied I state. I experienced strange temporal distortions and visions of the LSD spirit appearing to me as a young woman dressed in white muslin
saw both the dark and the light sides of acid as a sort of this is your life nostalgia session. I had a particularly amusing vision of people putting tabs of acid to the tongues and immediately sprouting wings from the mouths and flying off to the real world, a la the Matrix, sort of. Sometime during the height of the peak, around 1 to 1:30 AM I would estimate, I had a very strange experience. I had the sensation that I was somehow communicating with an entity, which I soon realised was Becky. This had a strange feeling of being real, some sort of telepathic link. I found myself talking to her soundlessly in some sort of impossible space, and rapidly became confused as to which one of us was who. What's happening? I felt her think, and I thought back. I don't know, I just think our realities are overlapping. We'll just have to ride it out. I felt a strong feeling of caring, and soon after it was as if we zoomed apart at hundreds of miles per hour, and the contact was broken. The strange thing is that the next morning when I spoke with her, she asked, "So, did you feel us talking about you last night?" Around 3 to 3:30 AM, things levelled off enough that I was able to move around. I returned to the internet chat room and soon someone convinced me to try a little ketamine, saying that the combination was amazing. I cut some out into 2 large lines, returned to my bedroom, snorted the ketamine and lay down. I waited. I got a strange visual effect where everything began to melt somewhat. The effect is similar to what would happen if you sprayed water on a watercolour painting. This only lasted a short while though. I felt a mild increase in the trip's weirdness factor, but overall it seemed to make no real big difference to the character of the trip. I think I was already too far out for it to have any effect. I wasn't very disappointed, not being very fond of ketamine to begin with. I got back on the chat room and had a great time talking about tripping with everyone for a while. Around 5 AM I decided to take a little bit of DPT to boost myself back up a little. It added a little vibrational signature to the trip, and brought back some intensity, but didn't add a whole lot to it, as I only did a small quantity of around 25 milligrams at most. 2 or 3 hours later I got an email from some guy in Serbia who had emailed us a few times before. It was a picture of a peace sign overlaid on a pot leaf. I decided to go to CNN's website and saw a headline saying the war in Kosovo could be over by the end of the weekend. I made a little prayer for peace. Around 7 AM, I had dropped down to a level where I was mainly stimulated, more than tripping, and decided it was time to take a little GHB to make myself sleepy. No such luck though. I ended up consuming enough GHB to tranquilise a herd of elephants over the next 6 hours, and barely noticed any effect over lingering LSD stimulation. I finally managed to fall into a fitful sleep around 1 PM, sleeping until 6, when I woke up physically drained, but mentally full of energy. This was one amazing trip, totally worthy of a 10-year anniversary celebration, and it was a spectacular reunion with an old trusted friend. I won't be letting it go that long again before I schedule another date with my beloved Lady Sydney the Divine. I had my first and so far sole experience with DPT around 8 months back. I was initially somewhat traumatised, but I believe I've since learned the meaning of the experience and come to terms with whatever it was. I am now in rehab for heroin addiction, where I'm encouraged to look at a few things that have happened in my life, DPT being one of the big ones, so I decided to write a trip report. One night I was with my friend who will go by the pseudonym K. He had done a lot of Lucy and a few research chemicals before the experience, whilst I had done only research chemicals and mush. I had not yet popped my acid cherry. We got into a heated discussion over about drugs and the like, and I told him about the damned powerful tryptamine. He was eager to try it, and I had been thinking about it for a long time, so we decided to go over to my friend's house. He would be P. Of course, neither of us could have possibly fathomed what we were in for. The 3 of us went down to P's basement and weighed out the lines. P did 200 milligrams, as he had tried it before, and insisted that Kay and I do at least 150 in order to fully break through and get past the point of fear and anxiety. So we weighed out the lines and stared at them in a silent build-up of anticipation for nearly half an hour, which reached its climax when P yelled, "Why did we do this to ourselves?" And the three of us simultaneously snorted the powder. It felt like a needle frozen to absolute zero, penetrating my nose 1,000 times. Then, a cold tremor slowly spread through my body, from my nose to my fingertips. It felt as if I were falling into ice water nose first in slow motion, and the entire room violently shifted and trailed off. A feeling of the most profound unfamiliarity spread through my mind, body and soul, and I waved my hand in front of my face to test the visuals. I expected some trails. Instead, I saw an indescribable number of solid versions of my hand, slightly overlapping each other, plastered across my vision. The hands proceeded to fractalize into infinity, with far too many iterations for my mind to process. Kay and I looked at each other, and while English still existed, I screamed, "What the fuck did we just snort?" And we both leaped for the benzos that were sitting on the table. Some cosmic entity must have judged us for our cowardice, and the tables simply melted away before my eyes. I'm still not sure whether or not we took the benzos, but after this, I was confronted with a horribly mutated, distorted version of myself. The changes in my body somehow represented my naivete and fear, and it disgusted me. It said, "drugs," and the word was repeated infinitely until all connotations were stripped from the sound, and then the peak began. I felt the psychedelic tremors build in my body until it felt as if I was lying on concrete next to a jackhammer, but the vibrations were coming from within me, pumping through all my veins and nerves simultaneously. My body and soul were being stretched and squeezed through every nook and cranny of the cosmos. I was imploding and exploding, concave and convex, happy and sad, whilst tunneling through all possible dimensions, and the sensory overload was too much to bear. And then I died. Suddenly, I found myself looking down from the ceiling on all three of our bodies mutilated, with blood pouring out of all orifices, and I felt surprisingly calm. I thought to myself, well, I guess we just killed ourselves. We can only go forward from here. For an indescribable period of time, I lived in the world of death and fear, with eyes in all the walls staring into my soul. There had been an awful glitch in the universe, and it would remain this way for eternity. I was granted hundreds of new and completely alien senses, which would be like describing sight to a blind man. My unfamiliar sensory apparatus was being poked and prodded with painful impossibilities, and the world of death simply was. We had the vague idea that something normal had existed before, but that was eons ago, and we were forced to relinquish all preconceptions and familiarities, and then something beautiful happened. I felt the tiniest spark of life, and it built up until it was stronger and stronger and brighter, and suddenly, the elastic band of my perception snapped. It felt as if I had been drowning and swimming upwards for years, and I had finally reached the surface. It reminded me of the scene from The Matrix where they break through the clouds and see the true sky for a split second. I felt all of life's vibrations simultaneously. I felt all the living that had ever happened and ever would happen, and my conscience was lit up with the most vibrant, beautiful, impossible colour. I could see every submicroscopic particle vibrating with life, and I lived in this world and I caressed its every atom. When I was confronted with a lurking fear, an impurity in the beauty, and it built up more and more until I was back in the room in the basement. I felt pure hatred and loneliness and was lost in a time loop, the ragdoll of all sorts of horribly mutated, hateful entities which were laughing at me from all around. I was a naked baby in the deepest, darkest corner of reality, with absolutely no sympathy or compassion. I somehow likened this feeling to a knockoff electronics store in Chinatown. It was all worth it when I felt the love. I was brought to a world where I felt the pure and distilled essence of love. Every particle. It was love in all its forms, sexual, emotional, physical, and of the purest beauty conceivable. My new senses were being stroked and caressed by the universe, and I felt all love that ever was or ever would be. Time no longer had meaning. I felt hints of what was to come. My ego was completely obliterated, and all that there was love, and it was beautiful and complete. I was held at the very peak of orgasm for millennia, and then that climactic feeling somehow fractalized, and I felt millions of iterations of the feeling of pure physical and emotional pleasure all at once. My hundreds of senses were melded together in pure synesthesia. The words ecstasy and bliss fall light years short of describing it. I lived in the worlds of polar opposite emotions for years, and it felt like they were coming together, spiraling upward, intertwining with each other more and more tightly, like the chainsaw build-up of a techno drop. My perception was changing and morphing so quickly my brain could hardly process its surroundings. It was like playing a high-quality movie on a slow computer, with everything lagging, somehow beautifully. My reality moved forward in beautiful, arabesque, intertwining lines, weaving into each other, somehow digitally. I felt the collective God of the universe whisper to me and hint at itself, and then zang! Every atom of my body was simultaneously split into infinite thermonuclear explosions. I felt my body go through the process of nuclear fusion, and I became a star, where all possible realities and all polar opposites came together into one beautiful singularity. It was the point where all complements unite, where all things come together, where there is no future, present or past. Time is solid and distilled and meaningless, the purest expression of the oneness of the universe. It was like staring into the sun for 1,000 years, the light of the universe blinding all your senses and burning straight into your soul. There is no I, there is no ego, it simply is. It is God. It is the process. This was the DPT peak, the most mind-blowing possible experience, and as if to conclude this part of the experience, I was, once again, confronted with a strange version of myself. This time, however, my form was immaculate and fine, emanating serenity and infiniteness, sitting in the lotus position and hovering above the ground with one finger to my lips. It was as if to say, the old you was wrong. This is no drug. This is holy. This is a sacrament. After the peak, once the ego begins to return, however, is the truly bizarre part of the trip. I found myself once again in P's basement. I was not yet back in my own body, but I now had some perception of my surroundings. I was seeing myself and my friends from a third-person perspective, and the room was made out of some sort of grotesque organic matter, with the walls consisting of grimy organs and blood vessels, and thousands of terrible eyes staring at me. It was like being in a Zerg building from StarCraft. The trip then became some sort of awful parody of my own existence, taking on a dark and demonic funhouse sort of feeling, where everything was distorted and mutated in some sort of horrifyingly comedic way. I looked at Kay and said, "Dude, what the fuck?" and pointed at Kay. Then he pointed at P, and P made a strange dismissive sort of gesture, and then I said, "Dude, what the fuck?" and pointed at K, and he pointed at P, and horrifyingly, the cycle continued. I found myself stuck in an incredibly long time loop, and I thought myself that if I didn't play my part in the loop, it would end. But every time it came around to my turn to make my gesture, and thus continue the loop, I would find myself pointing at K. I had somehow lost my free will. It was horrifying. I truly believed I would be stuck in this loop eternally. But something strange happened. Kay's third eye opened up and he bent down and vomited out his consciousness. There was this pink vomit-like fluid floating around the room. It looked like a liquid, but it was somehow solid. Kay's glasses had fallen in the liquid, and we simply stared at his consciousness with his glasses sitting in it, and looked at each other with the strangest expressions. Then I saw him in the fetal position, shivering, with the most horrified expression I've ever seen on his face, and some of the pink liquid which represented his consciousness found its way into my mind, and I felt what it was like to be him for a split second, and I started to get the fear too. We still remained in this liquid but somehow solid horror, funhouse world, except now with a touch of a digital feeling. For what seemed like forever, I still had no idea I had taken a drug. For I knew that I had been in that basement for far too long, and if I remained there much longer, I would, in all likelihood, be stuck in that tormenting basement of purgatory for eternity. So I made a run for the door. I ran for the stairs, and climbing the steps was a harrowing journey, as if through the intestinal tract of some strange monster, with my mind fully focused on that beautiful, shimmering doorknob. And as soon as my hand touched the doorknob, I found myself sitting back in the chair, as if some cruel entity would rewind time whenever I came close to escape, toying with me horribly. I kept going in this process for ages, until what sounded like some sort of cosmic laugh track played. A cacophony of terrible laughter filled my ears, and I felt the most intense possible feeling of embarrassment. I had made some sort of horrible mistake, and all of humanity was laughing at me. Somehow, we finally managed to make it out of the basement. It felt like it had been years. I was confronted with the most amazing possible sense of relief to see the upstairs of the house. The world was still profoundly abnormal, but at least we had escaped the basement. Things from the past kept happening in the future, and the future in the present, and the present in the past all at the same time. Time was not even remotely linear, but we could at least walk around at this point. We had previously decided not to go outside, onto the street while on DPT, but we no longer cared. We saw the front door and believed our only hope to escape the eternal limbo of the monstrous house was to go out into the street, no matter what we would confront out there. So we somehow managed to open the front door, and what we saw shocked our mutual existence to its very core. We opened the door, and there was nothing outside. Our little trip was all of existence, and when we came to that horrible solipsist realization, I remember looking at P&K and seeing the most profound expressions of terror possible. Next, P's brother came downstairs. He looked like some sort of awesome godlike entity. I couldn't even speak after the shock of the lack of existence outside the house, but K believed P's brother was God, and confessed all his mortal sins to him, praying at his feet. Eventually, we reached our come down. At this point it was like being on maybe a 10 strip of LSD, but our egos started to find their ways back into our bodies. Kay said, "Didn't we have names? Weren't we people?" P said, "Didn't we live in Montreal?" I said, Yeah. I was K and you were J." And Kay said, No, it was the other way round." And eventually we all figured out who we were. The rest of the trip was still somewhat terrifying, and apparently I died at some point, and P gave me CPR, but it might have just been a metaphor. Either way, I woke up almost a day later, and I had slept for a very long time, my brain having been very tired. Apparently Kay ran out of the house and halfway across the city as soon as the door opened to some sort of reality. Since this trip, I've learned a lot. It was terrifying, but I certainly do not regret it. And I certainly have a better understanding of how the temple of the true inner light people believe in this substance as a manifestation of God. You have not truly lived until you have experienced the peak of a dipropyltryptamine trip. Whether you've taken 100 milligrams of 4-ACO-DMT, 1 milligram of LSD, or 1 milligram of 2CE, absolutely nothing can prepare you for a DPT peak. There is no way to be ready, except to just do it. I encourage people to try this compound, but be very wary. Don't fuck around with DPT. Damn powerful tryptamine.
Simply Being, No Experience. Uploaded to Earwid by Matty on September 26, 2003. I don't really know how to describe my experience. For one thing, Describing any psychedelic experience is difficult, especially to naive people. And on the other hand, to have an experience, there must be a self present to have it. Paradoxically, the whole thing is rather simple. In college, a good friend of mine was deeply interested in psychedelics. When I met him, I knew virtually nothing about the drugs. I'd never tried them and would never even think about using them. I was naive, and like so many people, the idea of using drugs was reproachable. It just so happened that during the week of spring break, I came home, and his order of DPT had come in that very day. I walked over to his apartment that evening, not thinking that I would ever try DPT that very night, but knowing that it was a possibility. His apartment was a studio, meaning very small, but well lit with soft lights and a cosy atmosphere. We discussed DPT, and I read up about it in his decent collection of books. It was my decision to make, and I wanted to make an informed one. Anyway, to cut to the point, after almost 3 hours of indecision and debate within myself, I bent down, took the rolled paper, and did my first line ever. Now, you have to remember that at that point in time I had never even tried marijuana, so doing DPT was a major step and risk for me. He had taken his 100 milligrams about an hour before me, and he was puking in the bathroom not long after. I was happy that I had very little in my stomach. I wiped my nose, settled down on the floor, and waited for the effects to transpire. The first thing I noticed was a change in light. No, actually, it wasn't quite a change in light, but rather I was merely noticing the pattern of light thrown on the wall. This was about 10 minutes after insufflation, and then things started happening very fast. I looked up, and the rectangular pattern carved in the door started popping in and out, which startled me. The field at the sides of my vision became blurry. My whole vision itself started to move and pulsate and do all kinds of things that I'd only read about. I wasn't vomiting and had no other adverse effects, but quite frankly I was freaked out. I sat there against the wall, wanting everything to stop, when suddenly I got stuck in time. I thought to myself, this is never going to stop. And if that wasn't bad enough, I continued my errors. If it's never going to end, did it ever begin? I stood up, tried to calm down, and went to drink some water. So at this point I could still function properly and take care of myself. That was a good sign. Where to go from here, I thought, and the obvious answer was to lay down and relax. After laying on the floor, things in my memory became unclear as to what happened next. What is clear to me is that there was a complete annihilation of any remnants of a me, an I with a name and a past, and fears and worries and regrets, and hopes and dreams. Let me also make it clear that this happened swiftly and without struggle. In one moment that I was cleared out and swept away, with no shred of self left. There was no fear of dying or losing oneself, because in order for there to be fear, there must be that me or I. Therefore, how do I call this an experience? I was no more. Dead, gone, out to lunch, and I was replaced with, and this is the thing that is not very clear at all and impossible to describe, pure energy. There was simply energy and nothing more. I circumnavigated the earth countless times. Well, in fact, I was the world, and it was me. After peaking, about an hour and a half after insufflation, I do remember sort of popping up into my body to make sure that it was not in trouble. I wear hard contact lenses, and I'm always concerned about losing them, so I never really lost contact with my body or awareness of my body's needs during the whole time. I was not unconscious. Slowly, perceptibly, I floated back down, passed through a nice period of warm bliss, and then came back into my normal baseline state of being. And as I did, I watched my old ways and mental habits fall back into place, as I knew and expected they would. I was truly reborn into the world, and for a while at least, the environment around me was new, fascinating, almost surreal. From beginning to end, about 3 to 4 hours had passed. The next day, I doubted whether or not what happened was real, or whether or not it was a true glimpse into reality. My doubts were shattered when 2 weeks later I had the same experience, although I didn't panic in the beginning. The second trip was nearly identical, except for the beginning and end. I ended the second DPT experience with an excursion to a club, but that's a story for another time. What were the after effects? Before trying DPT, I sort of had a notion that I would somehow feel dirty afterwards. I can tell you now that I have never felt cleaner in my entire life. 1,000 baths couldn't have made me feel cleaner. For the next week, I was able to appreciate the birds and the trees and the bright blue sky on a higher scale than I ever knew. That experience still affects me to this day, and not many days go by that I don't think about it. I've told few people about this, and very few of them would understand. What do I think of it all now? A door was opened, a door was closed. I know that it will be opened again. Breakfast of the Gods. Uploaded to Erowid by Dr. Wiley on September 21st, 2011. It came about on a bright May morning that I decided to take another psychedelic attempt at my new fascination at the time, DPT. I woke at about 10 AM, and I realised the day was upon me that I must deepen my psyche, and I had acquired this strange powder from a friend a few weeks ago. I've been dying to give it another try. Previously, my buddy and I had done DPT, and the dose I took was way too strong. The hallucinations were overwhelming, both with eyes open and closed. The latter were much more elaborate and unfolding, and were easier to integrate into my mind. Words always fail to accurately describe vivid hallucinations, because as always, one must experience the madness firsthand to truly know. I will try to articulate my mind's eye. With eyes open sitting in a chair in my living room, where these two walls meet with the ceiling, there ceased to be an external meeting of right angles. However, they protruded outwards into my visual field. The corners of the room were coming straight for me, and I couldn't escape. No amount of marijuana or music could soothe this madness I was going through. No sleep for the wicked. With eyes closed, I sat back in my chair and felt as though I was in the clouds, floating in a purely meditative state. Visuals of figures mimicking myself floated past me on mountaintops. I felt as if I was doing front and back flips simultaneously, which was such a strange paradoxical feeling. There was pure beauty everywhere. Straight up Alex Gray shit. After hours of mental pleasure/torture, I was gradually allowed to regain my consciousness by some divine force, for I was not in control of myself at the time. Now, on to today's experience. I woke early around 10 AM and ripped a huge line of DPT, roughly 100 to 150 milligrams. I jumped into the shower with the hopes that by the time it was done, I would be tripping face. Toward the end of the shower, I started getting tremors in my limbs, and I knew it was in for something very infinitely interesting. I quickly got out of the shower and got dressed, and started blasting mellow STS9 out of my amp, and laid down for the effects to override my mind. Within minutes, my closed eye visuals were changing with every note and transition of the song. It was amazing. I strongly recommend closing the eyes and taking in music while on DPT. All my thoughts flowed with the music. Everything in my mind, everything from this day back to my childhood, raced through my mind. Everyone I'd ever met, had fun with, screwed over, laughed with, cried with, and especially cried over, were flowing through my mind like an endless stream. However, this stream was made entirely of grains of sand, each grain being an aspect of my life which had affected others in positive, negative, and neutral ways. Very spiritual, very overwhelming, very necessary. I'd recently been in a serious car crash in which I went through the windshield, and this was like a beacon in my mind for a perfect second chance at life. I cherished every minute of life, and I would, as the DPT showed me, cherish every single day, every moment, every interaction, every action and reaction. A perfect paradoxical mindfuck. Life is great, and there is no need to be afraid to do anything you set your mind to, as you are the only one who can create that action through your potential cooped up inside you. Just gotta let it out. No need to hide the funk. Let it flow. After about 3 hours of intrinsic thought, I gradually went outside and went for a walk. The day was sunny and warm. The trees, plants, birds, and people, they all seemed to vibrate with this vivid energy. It's so hard to explain though, I wish you were there. On the walk, I saw an old dog and I stopped to pet him. He seemed to talk to me in a silent tone, and I understood his life story. Nice fellow. I gradually made my way to Wawa and got a necessary drink since the drip was chemically nasty as fuck. Walked around admiring the rest of the street for about an hour, and then eventually went back to my apartment to mellow out, possibly write this report. At the moment I am baseline, and writing all of this still seems like it didn't capture the essence of my entire experience. However, I implore you to try a hefty dose of DPT for yourself, and try to articulate what just happened to you. It's virtually impossible. All in all, this dose was perfect for me, because it was purely intrinsic and thought-provoking, which was exactly what I was looking for. Earlier when I was faced, I texted my friend, DPT for breakfast, and he just responded with, "Breakfast of the gods." I hope to dine with the gods soon enough, but until then, live your life. Coming Apart Perfectly. Uploaded to Erowid by Luke on January 5th, 2004. Whoa. Today has been the most incredible day I've ever experienced, or at least one of them. DPT has got to be the most amazing drug that I've ever experienced, and is something to be worshipped. My fear and humble respect are given to this drug, and the doors that it opens into myself. The awesome power that this drug has shown me is incredible. I've seen visuals unlike any I've ever seen before, and I tripped unlike I've ever had before. Began after 60 milligrams insufflated, extremely intense, into thinking about being attacked by Egyptian giants, provoked by thinking about the Discovery Channel, and then thinking about what awesome alien gods that the Egyptians must have worshipped to build such great scary structures of giant cats. Very weird trip to think about. Eventually, I sat on my bed and was able to somewhat gather myself, noticing that it seemed like I was sunken into my bed, to the point that I was actually part of it. This is when the best part of the trip began. This most awesome sense of respect and understanding occurred within me. I began to discover my own potential, because I've never been able to see myself just as I see myself like this. The state I was in was superhuman, and I could have been levitating off of my bed, and I wouldn't have been surprised in the least. It felt like molecules were separating, and I was one with everything. Then I observed my dresser, and patterns of eyeballs inside of it. These were visuals beyond anything I've ever seen. I was connected to the universe, unlike in any way that I've ever known, and it felt like I was communicating physically with dead spirits, and this led me to concluding that I was face to face with death itself. I felt a hollowness around me that scared the living shit out of me. These faces of torment began to appear in front of me, and this was a learning experience that actually made me feel inner pain for the awesome nature of death itself and to the dying process. I felt a coldness that I tried to wrap my arms around, that made my insides feel like an abyss, just empty death. This gave me a greater understanding of what death is, because this is actually the closest I've ever come to knowing it with myself. After I forgot what I was trying to understand, I came out of a deep thought by forgetting what I was thinking about. This is when I just enjoyed this awesome and fearful state with a foothold, and I was able to navigate it much better. I began to find very great meaning in everything that I've neglected to give deserved meaning to, most importantly, my own death. I don't want to die, and the reality that I've seen makes this acknowledgement very scary. The power that I've experienced, the only way that I can describe it is as being religious and extremely emotional. I was able to see into the details of perfection and understanding. It's like the smashing power of 5-MeO-DMT, but prolonged into an amazing trip that is possible enough to navigate, with the most incredible visuals I've ever seen. I haven't yet tried DMT, but now it is at the top of my interest. 5-MeO has basically scared the shit out of me too much to want to go back to it that often, but this DPT has become my favourite drug I've ever had. I will know this drug as much as possible. Sacred and Important. Uploaded to Erowid by Willy Will on July 10th, 2013. I've had a vial of DPT for about 3 months now, and I've used it 4 times. This specific instance describes my 5th experience. 2 friends and I were on Cubensis and having a good time, and since they never had an experience with DPT, I wanted to show them. They'd both done DMT, but I didn't tell them what to expect with DPT. Little did I know that this would be my most intense experience with it so far. I cleared everything out of my room, turned on my ambient light, and played my spiritual DPT playlist. I laid out a 25mg, 40mg and 50mg line. 50mg was for me. They laid on my bed and I was flat on the floor. After 10 minutes, I laid another 10mg and railed it, and laid back down and closed my eyes. My spirit began to lose all sense of arrogance and ignorance. My character was non-existent. I became the student. Mushroom visuals moved aside as the DPT teacher took the stage. I opened my eyes to the ceiling, where clear tentacle-like arms surrounded by light were reaching out for me, showing me that it was there. I closed my eyes again. The teacher takes full control by now, 30 minutes in, and the lesson has begun. We begin to telepathically communicate in tongue, mostly me asking who it was, but he just began without answering. First, he pulls my mind to the very beginning of my memories. Shows me a slideshow of crystal clear images of key points in my life as if I was experiencing them again. The slideshow lasted for about 5 minutes. Second, the teacher decides to show me how my brain and body works. He brings me to the part of my brain that controls my heart function and says, "Watch this." I feel my heart beat twice irregularly and then return to normal. Without letting me think about the fact that I could have just died, he takes me to the part that controls my lungs. It begins to become impossible to breathe. Then, he lets it go back to normal. Third, he says, "Now watch this," and pulls my spirit out of my body and takes us galaxies away. He points me to the entire scope of time, selects 5,000 years out of it, and stretches it out like an accordion to show me what it looks like. Impossible to comprehend, of course. And then he squeezes it back to its spot in the infinite timeline. Then, he takes me back to our current place in time and puts me back in my body for one last lesson. The teacher pulls a strand of DNA from my brain and brings it close to me so I can see the details. It is scrolling to the right as he explains that this is who I am and where I come from. I say okay, and then he goes on to split the strand apart, remove several nucleotides, and rearrange them and place them back, zipping the strand back together. I am now a different human being than I was. He sees that I am scared, so he unzips the strand again and puts the nucleotides back so my genetic structure is the same as before. This is what I can do. This is the power I have. Everything starts to fade, and then I just sat there for about an hour discussing the experiences we each had. I came to conclude with an explanation of the difference between DMT and DPT. DMT tells you, while DPT shows you. I don't know what they are exactly trying to teach, but I do learn every time. I definitely recommend DPT for someone who is experienced and is willing to surrender control. Here and Now, a DPT trip report by Pyrotica, uploaded to earwid.org April 2nd, 2007. For months I had been without psychedelic experience. In fact, in the previous year there have been only a few. The acid was long since gone. It has been hard even to find mushrooms lately. Then I remembered the DPT on the shelf, next to the DMT and 2CB that I was too scared to use until the perfect time. The DPT was there only because I didn't know what else to do with it. About 8 years ago I obtained some DPT from a supply house and experimented with it. It was freebase, I assumed, because the label didn't say DPT hydrochloride, just DPT. My friends and I smoked it and tripped and generally had a good time. I ordered more when it ran out, but all I could get was DPT HCl at the time. So that came, and I heard that you couldn't smoke it, so I tried snorting it, but vowed to never do it again because the drip burned the back of my throat so badly. Then I tried injecting it intramuscularly, and that was so intense I only did it once. I put 200 milligrams each into a bunch of caps and gave it to some friends to eat. They had a mellow but fun experience. So I had 200 milligrams left that I didn't know what to do with, and it sat there for years. The other day I brought it out, blew the dust off. It had turned sort of a tan colour from the white that it used to be. Because I heard that it oxidises over time, I had no faith that it would work in any sort of form whatsoever. I thought about it, and then on a whim I put a little bit into a glass pipe and heated the glass with a flame. It melted immediately. I watched, and the oil did not re-solidify. I vaporised a small amount and inhaled it, and waited for something to happen. My legs began to feel restless, an unmistakable alert. It's going to work. Whether the HCl salt is actually smokable, or whether I in fact had the freebase, I do not know. What I do know is that it worked. It is still potent even after sitting there for 7 years. I put it away for the time being. Today, I brought it out again. I set everything up for an escape. I had the music all queued up and the headphones adjusted just right. I had the blanket smoothed out. My body was clean and naked. Yet as I loaded the DPT into the pipe, I hesitated. Was this really what I wanted? What I really wanted is to escape from alcohol. I did not want to consume any today, nor tomorrow, nor the next day. It has become painfully obvious what a negative force in my life alcohol has become, and yet I have found it difficult to let go of. Perhaps if I plunged into DPT space, I would not feel the urge to drink tonight. Perhaps if I went in there would be some answer waiting for me that I had been searching for. Fuck it, I thought. I held the lighter flame to the glass and watched the 100 milligrams I had put in there melt. Soon, vapour appeared in the pipe, and I put my lips to it and inhaled long and slow. The vapour from DPT is not harsh like DMT. It doesn't seem to burn your lungs. It just tastes warm and sweet, and makes your tongue go kind of numb. I took in all my lungs could hold, maybe 30 milligrams vaporised. Unlike DMT, DPT does not start to come on as you are still inhaling. It waits until you've held your hit for a while. I held it as long as I could, and as I did so, the walls very gently began to breathe. The texture on the ceiling began to crawl as well. I exhaled, and my breath was full of vapour. I had planned to take another hit, but then I found myself just staring at the pipe. I didn't want to take another, but I didn't not want to either. It just felt very peaceful and content to sit there and stare at it instead of smoking it. Well, I'd better set the pipe down then. I laid back to be absorbed into the music, Divine Moments of Truth by Spongle, but I found that the world was much more interesting with my eyes open than with them closed. The ceiling was very colourful and crawling, with repeating organic movements. My inner monologue was very noticeable, the music not so. When I had listened to this song on DMT, I seemed to travel to another space entirely, one in which this particular song was playing with total and utter cosmic genius. This time it seemed just like some good music to be listening to. I was brought very much into the awareness of this space, this world, this body. I could feel my legs getting restless. When the song finished 10 minutes later, I got up. I felt cold. I put on running clothes and shoes. Outside it was late afternoon. The wind was in the trees and dark clouds in the sky. I didn't care. I put on a beanie and glasses and called the dogs. Walked out the front door. The sky was shimmering, the sidewalk crawling. The wind was bitter cold and a few snow flurries were falling. Whoa, this is going to be intense, I thought. Fuck it. The dogs ran out the back gate when I opened it. I ran after them down the trail that leads towards the mountain behind my house. I felt very cold. I don't know if I'll get far, I thought. Everything was moving, but when you're running, everything is moving whether you're on drugs or not. That inner monologue is still very clear. My feet go where they go. My thoughts wander. Ever since I was first exposed to them, I have been wrestling with the question, what is it exactly that psychedelics do? It's hard to answer, because they don't really do anything. Maybe it's better to ask what they stop you from doing. So I've dropped that first hit of acid and wait a few hours. At first, nothing happens. Then all of a sudden I discovered that the ordinary has become very profound. Only maybe it hasn't. No, actually it was profound all along. It's just that somewhere along the line, I stopped paying attention to it. It's funny. People always talk about how profound the psychedelics are, but it's not the drugs that are profound, It's the whole universe that's profound. Everything. That rock and that tree and that bug and that dog running ahead and the clouds above, and all of it is profoundly beautiful, miraculous and divine, whether we notice it or not. When I was a child and the whole world was new, everything in it was fascinating to me. That is because I was observing it from a beginner's standpoint. I did not think that you knew nothing about it, therefore I paid attention carefully in order to learn. But at some point I decided that I had learned enough, and so I formed labels in my mind for things. Bug, tree, cloud. Once I created in my mind this simplified idea of things, I could stop paying attention to them and focus on other things. What the kindergarten teacher wanted, for example. I've come to the first junction. I take the left path up the mountain. A warmth is starting to seep through my body from the muscles moving inside. My legs are running. The scenery is passing. My thoughts are flowing. When you were very young, I'm saying to myself, your brain was plastic. It was mouldable. Synapses were forming, breaking and reforming. I experienced stimulus and I learned action. In my brain, neural connections were made that associated a familiar pattern of stimulus with a pattern of reaction. Clouds, for example, did not require much action, because they could not be interacted with. Likewise, they did not require much attention. How many times a day do I walk outside and not notice what is going on in the sky above me? That is because the sky rarely requires any action, so my brain filters out the visual stimulus of the sky and keeps it from reaching my conscious mind. It leaves my mind to focus on more important matters. What am I going to have for lunch today? Am I going to be late for work? Will I have enough money left over this month to buy that jacket that I want? My brain became more and more hardwired as I grew older. Old neural connections become harder and harder to break, and new ones harder to make. My brain began to function in a rhythmic pattern, instead of chaotically as it did when I was young. I wake up in the morning, go to work, come home, drink beer and go to sleep. One day starts to blur into the next. Sometimes I think to myself that tomorrow I will make a change, but then tomorrow comes and more than likely it goes the same way as yesterday. This is because my brain has become hardwired for me to behave in this way. I made it on top somehow. I didn't even notice myself running up the steepest part of the trail. Come to think of it, I can't even remember doing it. It is strangely peaceful under the ponderosa at the top. The wind has stopped. New fallen snow sits fluffy and white among the trunks. My pace quickens as I begin descending the other side. I think that what psychedelic drugs must accomplish by binding to the 5-HT2 receptor is that they stop these neural connections from functioning temporarily. They stop the filters from working. Poison for the mind, as Pendle would say. Poisoning normalcy, that is. Poisoning familiarity. Poisoning those cancerous patterns that have grown there and make me sick. I glance at the sky, and instead of my brain labelling clouds and diverting attention elsewhere, I am all of a sudden caught by the stunning beauty unfolding above me. And all around me. Everywhere. All of a sudden the world is new. Like it was when I was a child. Everything is innocent again. Everything is beautiful again. I forget where I have to be at a certain time tomorrow, but I am very aware of what is going on right in this present moment. In our society we are so focused on the future that we tend to forget to appreciate what we have in the present moment. How many times do we really stop to notice how good it feels to be alive? But when you stop to think about it, it really does feel good to be alive and healthy. Even if you're sleepy, even if your muscles are sore from the day before. How many times have we stopped just to take a deep breath and enjoy? Most of the time, people forget to do these things, and I think this is a great loss. The psychedelics tend to slap me across the face and remind me of these things. It's very hard not to forget again and slip back into the old ways of functioning, although I think it is a very important lesson to remember that there is a now, and it is amazing. So why the addiction? Why the drinking? I can see that the influence of alcohol takes me in the exact opposite direction. It takes me away from the now, away from the present, away from the joy and the pain and the beauty all around us all the time. It is an escape when the way seems too hard, when things are too painful or too frustrating. It is easy to escape. It demands no responsibility. It is a lazy man's drug. It takes the pain away, but it takes the beauty away too. All the poignancy of this wonderful and terrible world is lost to the drunkard, who escapes to his slumber or his stupor. The wind is blowing again, and a few flurries are hitting me in the face. My chest heaves with the breath that steams from my mouth. The world is cold and grey and stormy and very beautiful. I'm running fast down the hill towards my house, floating over the rocks and around the winding bends, feeling very alive and very grateful to be here now, in this moment, in this body, in this world.
Plethora of Consciousness, a DPT trip report by Psychedelic Dreamer for the site Erawood on June 19th, 2007. What is food to one man may be fierce poison to others. Lucretius, citation 99 to 55 BCE. Introduction. Like many others before me, prior to Operation Web Trip, which for further context was a US Drug Enforcement Administration operation that ended on July the 21st, 2004, and its purpose was to investigate websites suspected of distribution of unscheduled, unregulated tryptamines and phenethylamines of questionable legality. So prior to this, I'd taken advantage of the abundance of research chemicals available to order over the internet. I've always been a cautious person, and as such I invested in a set of 0.001G scales and a variety of paraphernalia to ensure that I was fully equipped to what I felt I needed to do. Before things got out of hand, I must have had at least a dozen experiences on DPT, DIPT, 5-MeO-DMT and 2CI. Prior to obtaining these chemicals, I had experimented with alcohol, cannabis, MDMA, speed, cocaine and magic mushrooms. However, after reading various trip reports relating to the phenomena of ego loss and other such transpersonal episodes, I became determined to experience my own +++ trip and decided to bring my friends and my brother along for the ride. Including myself, there were a total of 5 participants. All names have been changed to protect the identities of those concerned. The setting was approximately 2 PM on a sunny Sunday afternoon in my bedroom. The night before, each of us had a very positive ++ experience on 50 mg of DIPT, so decided at the last minute that we would all try insufflating 100 mg of DPT. This was an extremely foolish decision on our part, especially considering we did not have a sitter present and only my brother and I had any previous experience with DPT. Both of our experiences had been relatively calm, ++ to +++ experiences, but with the benefit of hindsight I think this had more to do with us attempting to clear our sinuses after taking the drug by continuously sniffing. The nasal drip on this stuff really is something else, but sniffing afterwards results in a lot of the powder dripping down my throat and therefore effectively wasted. I warned all concerned to resist the temptation to do so on this occasion, which may partly explain the intensity of the forthcoming trip. The experience. I carefully weighed out 5 separate 100 mg doses of the orange powder, inserted a red tinted light bulb into the holder for effect, and switched it on. I divided my line into halves, and took one up each nostril via a rolled up £5 note. Each of my friends did the same. I put on a CD by The Album Leaf, which has always been our preferred tripping music, and we all lay down to await the first effects of the drug. I remember commenting on how harsh the nasal drip was. 5 minutes later, I began to notice the first telltale signs I always get at the start of a trip. The room had taken on a shimmering yellow glow, and I began to feel slightly dissociated. Nothing too intense, nothing I hadn't experienced before. 10 minutes into the trip and my visual field was engulfed in pulsating geometrical shapes, and I could feel my eyes strain as my pupils became increasingly dilated with each passing moment. I stopped feeling this sensation when I stopped feeling anything, as my entire being was absorbed in fractal illusions and shards of light that emanated from every corner of existence. "This is hitting me hard," I said aloud, and could hear murmurs of confused agreement from my friends. I sat cross-legged on the floor and moved my hands frantically in different directions in front of my eyes, attempting to recreate a trance-like dance state I had entered whilst on magic mushrooms the previous year. Looking back, this was more of an attempt to hold on to my rapidly disintegrating ego, to cling on to an aspect of a reality that I knew I was once part of. My hands became a blur of colour and motion, which was quickly absorbed into the psychedelic soup that was rapidly developing around us. Upon realising that such a dance served little purpose where we were going, I lay back and tried to concentrate on the swirling Artex pattern on my ceiling. Approximately 20 minutes into the trip, and I had completely lost all sense of self. "I just didn't expect to feel so dissociated," my brother announced, as I sat up to look around the room. Nothing made sense as all visuals, sounds, thoughts and feelings blended into one big chemical mass as time folded in on itself. I became aware that my brother and Paul were gripping onto each other's hands, which I was later informed was a mutual attempt to stop each other from slipping away completely. I glanced over at Dave and saw a tear emerge from his eye and roll down his face, and could sense growing anxiety emanating in waves from Paul. "We've really done it this time, lads," I heard Phil say. This struck me as the most profound thing I had ever heard, and I lay back as the echoing sounds of our scattered nervous laughter shimmered and bounced around me. The aforementioned chemical mass expanded to engulf existence itself, and I was lost in a timeless paradox of meaningless nonsense. Overcome by sensation and lacking any physical structure, I plummeted into a plethora of consciousness. I was aware of every single life event that had led up to this moment, and could reflect upon the consequences of every choice I had made in the time it took to blink. This was not at all comforting, because the sheer intensity of our experience was quickly reaching a peak, and the emotion in the room was far from positive. I came to realise that this intensity was actually hitting me in waves, and once each wave had subsided, there would be a moderately calm period during which time some basic verbal communication was possible. I can't say for certain whether one particular event acted as a main negative trigger, but I do remember a series of occurrences during these calmer periods that contributed to an ever-increasing sense of foreboding. I can recall Phil holding his hand to his nose whilst repeatedly asking as if it was bleeding. It wasn't. Paul laughing hysterically whilst insisting to everyone in the room that this was going to be a good trip, and Dave opening the curtains much to our horror as powerful tendrils of light sliced deep into our expanding awareness. At some point I leapt to my feet and dashed for the door, knocking over 2 glasses of water in the process. I staggered my way to the living room where one of my non-tripping flatmates was sat watching television. I forced my being through illogical dimensions of shifting space as I made my way through to the kitchen area, where I poured myself another glass of water. The aspects of reality I could distinguish as visuals were tearing everything apart around me, and yet by some miracle I found myself back in my bedroom. I am still amazed by the fact that my flatmate was blissfully unaware of my intoxicated state at that time. Subsequent conversation was extremely disjointed and lacked any real structure, as each of us was swept away by the drug at different intervals. Dave attempted to change the music on my computer, a task that proved to be far too complex, and he gave up almost immediately. I somehow managed to change the track to the American Beauty theme before collapsing back onto the floor. The music completely guided the trip and took me to a place I could never even begin to describe, and I could sense that I was not the only person overcome by it. I soon switched the stereo off after we reached a group consensus that music was one facet of stimulation we could do without. The mounting negative energy was converted into sheer chemical terror upon my personal realization that I may have driven my friends permanently insane. I needed an escape, but any thoughts I could muster soon became abstract constructs that would drift away into obscurity. "What happens if I fall asleep?" I heard myself think, only to hear those words echoed by Phil, who verbalized the same sentiment moments later. I lay back and felt my entire being melt away once again, as I plunged into a nightmarish tryptamine abyss of overwhelming paranoia and confusion. Somewhere in this lapse my fragmented mind reached the illogical conclusion that sleep was indeed the key, and that I would have to call an ambulance so that the paramedics could induce this state. I staggered to my feet and dashed for the door. By the time I reached the living room, all three of my flatmates were watching TV. "We've taken an overdose and need an ambulance," I heard myself announce, and I plunged deeper into a realm of intense fear as I absorbed the sheer panic emanating from the beings around me. Stumbling into the hallway by my bedroom, I repeated my request for an ambulance and could hear terrified echoes of the word ambulance coming from my room. "We don't need an ambulance," Phil exclaimed as he emerged from my room, his face devoid of sanity and understanding. Unparalleled confusion swept across me in a tidal wave as I tried to grasp what was happening. My flatmate approached me with his mobile phone and announced that if we needed an ambulance, the police would have to be involved. I felt my being dissolve into a chemical haze, and watched as my entire perception and understanding of reality was deconstructed and reformulated around me. All that I ever knew became a simple and yet complex part of an all-encompassing entity, which in turn comprised of an infinite number of other structures and possibilities. Existence, as I had previously understood it, was never real, and neither was I. Selfless understanding of all that is divine pulsated throughout my aura. Our vessels are not designed to harness this much power. During the few intervals of consciousness that DPT would allow me to experience, I became aware that I was sat down with my friends in the living room area. Paul was not present at this time, although I was aware of his negative vibrations flowing from my bedroom. My flatmates would not permit us to drink any water, as they were under strict orders from the paramedic on the other end of the phone. Paul eventually stumbled into the room and regurgitated thick red vomit on the floor, and I once again became aware of my ability to experience visuals when I glanced down and saw his intestines bubbling on the carpet. My flatmate asked what we were on, so I told him. I asked him how long we would have to wait before the ambulance arrived, because I didn't want us to die, and he told me that he didn't know. I let myself get up and hug each of my friends for what I thought was the last time. Exhausted and overcome with emotion, I collapsed on the sofa and waited as everything dissolved into timeless insanity. By the time the police had arrived, an overwhelming understanding of existence was pounding through my aura. My flatmates ushered us outside, and in a circular blur of motion, I vacated the premises to be confronted by a group of very stern-looking policemen. After trying to take down our names and addresses, they entered my bedroom and seized my chemical sacraments. With some of us screaming in primal terror, whilst the rest of us laughed with shamanic joy, we were bundled into an ambulance and driven to the hospital. During my subsequent lapses into consciousness, I reached the conclusion that our entire lives had been the product of an entheogenic trip, and that we were on our way to a mental hospital where we would spend the rest of our lives coming to terms with the intensity of the experience. We arrived at the hospital to be greeted by a team of supposed professionals, all of whom found our obvious distress highly amusing. The police and the hospital staff led us into a secluded room to come down, as I contemplated the possibility of suicide as a method of escaping this seemingly infinite cycle of insanity and cosmic realization. With the police and paramedics surrounding us in our cell, we all awaited the inevitable. I must have been coming down at this point, as I was able to recall video footage I had seen of government-controlled LSD experiments conducted during the 1960s. And then it all made sense. This was an experiment. My entire life up until this point had seemed real enough, but in reality, I had been drugged up and locked in this room. Paul was screaming, and my other companions were scared, and yet I was smiling. I had it all worked out. I smiled knowingly at a police officer, convinced that he was part of this. I suddenly found that I could recognise a linear thought process emerging. as the visual components of the trip began to frantically vibrate in a comforting display of texture and colour. As I became increasingly relaxed, the visuals started blurring, until I was able to recognise a familiar reality lurking behind the entheogenic mist. I smiled with relief as my ego hugged my body in a loving embrace. The room became a shimmering yellow glow, and I felt slightly dissociated. Nothing too intense, nothing I hadn't experienced before. And I was back. Conclusion. If only we had learnt something positive from the trip. DPT is extremely powerful, and after reading other reports of hospitalisation resulting from this drug, it's very hard to take away anything positive from the experience. 3 years later, and we are all still talking about it, desperately trying to put the whole ordeal into some sort of perspective. Some of us are still haunted by the cosmic realizations we experienced. Indeed, each of my friends' accounts varies greatly from the one you have just read. The standard conclusion of a bad trip report is to warn people away from the drug. However, to do so here would be highly inappropriate and disrespectful to the more experienced psychonauts who have learnt something important from this sacrament.
Shadow People, a DPT trip report by Morning Glory Seed. October 2001, 30 milligrams of DPT consumed. I carefully weighed out 100 milligrams of N,N-dipropyltryptamine hydrochloride and dissolved it in 2 millimeters of distilled water. It was very difficult to get the DPT to dissolve, and I found it necessary to add a little heat to get it into the solution. Then I filtered the liquid through a 0.02 micron filter for sterility. After transferring the solution to a sealed glass ampoule for storage, I measured out 0.6 milliliters of this solution, which of course was equivalent to 30 milligrams of DPT hydrochloride. This was my first experience with intramuscularly administered DPT, and I rightfully decided to start with what I viewed as a low dose. Never one to enjoy snorting odd-smelling powders, I was anxious to try DPT via a new method of administration. Though I was a bit nervous about the injection process, I was looking very forward to comparing the effects of IMing this material to insufflating it. Those I've spoken with who have taken it both ways swear by the IM method. Plus, DPT was always administered by IM injection when it was researched as a psychotherapeutic tool in the 70s, so it seems to be a well-explored manner of administration. Using my trusty automatic injecting device, I administered the 30 milligrams into my upper thigh. There was no burn and the injection went smoothly. No immediate effects were noted. I decided to spend the onset of the experiment outside, so I packed a bowl of marijuana and brought 1 balloon of nitrous oxide with me and made my way outdoors. For an evening in October in the Midwest, it was unusually warm. There was not a cloud in the sky and also very little humidity. After 10 minutes there was still nothing happening, so I decided to smoke some pot, figuring it would help kick in the effects. 2 or 3 hits was all it took. After the marijuana, I noted the distinct DPT vibration in my body. The night sky was suddenly filled with colours, and there seemed to be life and activity stirring about in the trees. I was amazed at the relative smoothness of IM's DPT. The previous experiments with insufflated DPT were very forceful and demanding in nature. In some ways this was actually gentle, or at least during the onset of the experience it was. Around 15 minutes into the experiment, the effects seemed well developed and I decided to take my balloon of nitrous oxide. As usual, the effects were overwhelming. I can only describe the place I travelled to as serene. There was complete silence as the universe and I became one.
My ego ceased to exist and the I simply became one with everything. True bliss and universal harmony. This lasted around 3 minutes, though I had no perception of time as this event occurred. It was on my return that things got a little weird. As soon as I became aware of my body again, I noted a strangeness in the air. I couldn't quite place my finger on what it was that was so weird, but there was a certain foreboding feeling in the air, almost as though I was no longer alone. I decided to gather my things and make my way back inside. The walk down to my room was a little difficult. My motor control was a little off as well, and I seemed to sway as I walked. The visuals had also grown quite intense, and it was actually a little difficult to see clearly over the intense trails and colours that filled my perceptual field in the dim light I was walking through. I put on Donovan's Please Don't Bend, which is a very beautiful acoustic ballad that has a biting edge to it. Very intense song. What happened next is beyond my ability to describe rationally. It is definitely the sort of event that is completely unbelievable unless you experience it firsthand. As soon as I sat down on my couch, there was this creature, entity or being there with me. It sat directly behind me in the couch and started to massage my scalp. It was shaped in a humanoid fashion. I couldn't make out any specific features because I did not turn around and examine it. I was paralysed with fear and did not attempt to intervene or stop it from happening. I just sat there and let it do what it wanted to do. I'm not in a position to say any of this was a figment of my mind. Not only could I clearly detect the presence of someone or something there with me, but I could also feel these hands in my hair, and my hair was also visibly moving. There was certainly no wind or breeze in my bedroom moving my hair in the fashion it was. The entity event seemed to end as soon as it began. This occurrence was over by the time the song had ended. The experience of having my scalp rubbed by a presence I was not used to left me rather unnerved, and I spent the remainder of the trip attempting to put the pieces back together and figure out just what happened. For the next hour or so, I rode out the waves of fear and uncertainty that I was feeling, knowing the effects of the DPT would soon wane. Though I never reached a state of all-out panic, it was not a comfortable trip after this event. I did not expect to have an entity contact me from a mere 30 milligrams of DPT, and I suppose I was in a bit of shock from the whole thing. By the third hour, I was mostly down. It was only my body that was still buzzing. A few days later, I visited my local wise lady who was a Native American, and she seemed to know exactly what it was. "It's a shadow person," she said whilst laughing. "That's what they do, among other things. Massage the scalp. They mean you no harm." My friend was really convinced that that's what it was, and said my description of what happened fitted the bill completely. She has had 3 such encounters herself after deep meditation, and says many Native American legends speak of beings that she feels are what we have both encountered. She did not know exactly what shadow people were or where they came from, but did offer a few theories. The most reasonable of which I thought was that shadow people exist to comfort us. The touch they provide is their means of bringing soothing feelings, so I guess that is what it was, and with that, I am satisfied. That trip will have to go down in my books as one of the strangest events I have experienced. I have had entity contact from smoke DMT, but nothing like this. Not direct physical contact. I also believe that the DPT may have been a catalyst in this event, but it was not the cause. Though I cannot even begin to decipher the meaning of it all. Hopefully in the future this mystery will reveal itself to me, and I can bring real meaning to it.
My experience with the psychedelic DPT is not one I would want to remember. My boyfriend and I and one other friend took this horrible drug one night, and it led to disaster. My friend Ben and my boyfriend David were both intrigued by the drug and by the amazingly psychological and hallucinogenic trip it induced at small dosages when taken nasally. They decided to double their dose to 40 milligrams that night, despite my warnings. At first, everything seemed to be going well. I was feeling a bit different, but I was not actually tripping yet because I had only taken 25 milligrams. Ben was overwhelmed by his hallucinations. He smiled like a maniac, his eyes open wide as if he were seeing unimaginable things. Suddenly, he stood up and a horrible look crept on his face. He dropped his pants right there and began to cry that he had to cut his ding-dong off. We were able to calm him down, but although it was amusing, I had an unsettling feeling about myself as well as David and Ben. Meanwhile, the DPT I had snorted had begun to take effect. I was seeing visuals left and right. Most of them were color distortions and morphing. It was so intense, but I seemed to be handling it well, so I wasn't worried. David, on the other hand, had been thrown off guard when Ben started to freak out. He was begging us to take him to the hospital. He complained about his heart, and although it was beating abnormally fast, I kept assuring him he would be okay. Everything seemed to calm down after that. I found my trip to be intensely psychological, which I don't much like, with much less visuals than I had expected. I left the room for 2 seconds, and when I heard the commotion, I ran back in to see Ben, seizuring and spazzing, out on the floor with 3 guys holding him down. His eyes were still wide open, but his expression was that of pure terror, as if he were seeing some really awful hallucinations. Within seconds, his eyes rolled back into the back of his head, and he began to froth at the mouth as he continued to seizure violently. Trying to remain calm, I kept my composure as we dialed 911 and held Ben down so he would not hit his head. In a drug-induced panic, I left and returned to my college dorm, hysterically crying the whole way. It is hard to put into words what I was feeling then. It was like 20 emotions all at once, with severe undertones of terror. The world moved and swirled around me, and I could not see straight. Soon, the police and EMTs tracked me down and insisted I go to the hospital. My heart rate was dangerously high, and I was in a state of panic shock. I was taken to a different hospital, but from what I heard the EMTs saying, David and Ben were in a lot of serious danger. After I returned home from the hospital, I talked to David, who told me what happened. Ben was insane and convulsing in the ambulance all the way to the hospital, rambling about crazy things and screaming at things that weren't there. I think I would have been fine if I had been in the right environment, but as David and I found out, DPT and panic do not mix. Either of us could have had a heart attack, because both of us have in the past. But if Ben hadn't lost it, we might not be in as much trouble as we are now.
The Path of Good Wishes, a DPT freebase report by Merple. Well, I woke up today to the sound of my phone ringing. Answering it half asleep, I hear my friend B telling me in a shaky voice that someone had just blown up the World Trade Center in New York. My first reaction was, oh my god, what have these anti-WTO nuts done now? Still on the phone, I stumbled to my computer and pulled up the CNN.com website. All it had was a headline saying, "Attack on America," a picture of the Twin Towers exploding,
and a few lines of text saying that planes had crashed into the towers as well as the Pentagon. I talked to B on the phone for a few minutes, then turned on my TV. Genius that I am. I decided to try to go see how close to the Pentagon I could get. I got in touch with people from my work and explained where I'd be going before coming into the office, and I was told repeatedly how insane or idiotic I was. I grabbed my camera and headed out onto the road. A life lived in fear is no life at all. I live in a town in the Virginia suburbs of DC, and with no traffic, I'm about a 15-minute drive from the Pentagon. I made my way to Route 236, heading into Alexandria. I planned to try to get to Route 1, which runs right by the Pentagon, and go as far towards the Pentagon as I could without getting stopped, and try to get some photos at least. The highway into DC, I-395, was blockaded by police at every exit, but I was hopeful that the back roads might still be open. I didn't get far into Alexandria before traffic came to a standstill. I hung a U-turn and turned onto Van Dorn Street heading north. I first went to Landmark Hall Shopping Centre, which has a 3-level parking garage looking over I-395 towards the Pentagon. The top level was blocked off, but I parked my car and walked up to the top. Looking north, I saw a large plume of blackish grey smoke rising up from where the Pentagon was, several miles away. Helicopters circled in the smoke, and as I stood taking pictures, a military medical chopper marked with red crosses flew low over my head towards the smoke. I called my friends and family to make sure everyone was okay, and to let them know where I was and what I was doing, getting quite a few "Are you crazy?" reactions, predictably. I noticed that Van Dorn Street seemed clear as far as I could see, so I got back in my car and headed north until it began to curve away to the east. I turned onto Seminary Road and head to a high-rise apartment complex called Southern Towers, and tried going up to find a good high-elevation view, but unfortunately there were no windows in the hallways and the door to the roof was locked. I next tried to get into a high-rise Hilton, but was turned away by security guards, saying only guests were allowed in. I gave up and went into work. At work, almost everybody had gone home. I stayed for about 2 hours following the news and talking to my friend B via email. I went home and turned on the TV and heard that roads into DC had been opened up. So I grabbed my camera and headed back onto the road. I got on the Beltway and then onto the I-395 into DC. I-395 runs right by the Pentagon. As I came up over the hill before the Pentagon, I saw a gigantic plume of black smoke. Helicopters flew overhead. Police cars were everywhere and exit ramps to the Pentagon were closed. As I drove into the smoke cloud, I was overwhelmed by a disgusting aroma of burning paper with overtones of burning electronics. The smell was powerful and stomach-churning, and the realization of all the deaths that contributed to that smell made it something that I will not soon forget. I snapped a few pictures while driving by as well. I then drove into DC itself and found a roadblock before reaching the mall. I turned right towards the Capitol building. The town was virtually empty. All buildings were closed, almost no cars on the road. I parked near the Smithsonian Air and Space Museum and walked towards the mall. The roads directly bordering the mall were closed. Dozens of police cars and trucks were parked on the grass in front of the Capitol. There were no people around other than police, TV news trucks, and, quite surreally, a handful of joggers. I snapped a few pictures and walked back to my car. While driving out of the city, I noticed that the flags ringing the Washington Monument were all at half-mast, and the usual crowds of tourists were nowhere in sight. I headed back down I-395 past the Pentagon. The southbound lanes are closer to it, so I got a much better view this time round. The southern side of the building was a gaping hole, dark smoke billowing out and blackening the sky over much of Arlington. People were stopping on the roadside to take pictures and being chased away by police. I slowed down and snapped photos while driving. I drove down a little further and did a U-turn, turning back onto the I-395 towards DC. As I headed into DC the second time, I saw a swarm of helicopters flying over town, circling the vicinity of the White House. A minute or two later, the announcer on NPR radio said that the president had just arrived back in DC, so I suppose I was seeing his helicopter and a group of decoys. I went into DC as far as the roadblock before the mall and turned around for another pass by the Pentagon. I headed home after this, quite disturbed. I decided it was important to conduct a psychedelic ritual. I hadn't used any psychedelics other than MDMA type things for a good 9 to 10 months, and this certainly was not how I wanted to jump back into things, but what must be done must be done. I got out my ritual Owayo cloth and spread it out on the floor in front of a table covered in plants and with a life-size sandstone Buddha head sculpture. I lit a coal and covered it with copal resin incense. I got out my copy of the Bardo Thodol, the Tibetan Book of the Dead, and then I filled a pipe with about 15 milligrams of DPT freebase. I read from the Path of Good Wishes, which protects from fear in the Bardo, as I lit my pipe and inhaled the sacramental smoke. Let it come that the gloom of ignorance is dispelled. I soon found myself being flooded with terrifying images. I felt the terror of being in the World Trade Center as the planes hit and as the buildings collapsed. I felt the fear of the passengers on the hijacked planes. As the Pentagon rose up to smack me from the sky, I saw a frightened young girl, perhaps 5 years old. She was screaming as her brown teddy bear with a bow tie flew forward with the inertia of the crash, as flames blasted up around us all. The flood of horrifying images became nearly unbearable, until I remembered why I was here. I continued reading. When the roarings of savage beasts are uttered, let it be that they are transformed into the 6 syllables, Om Mani Padme Hum. When pursued by snow, rain, wind and darkness, let it be that one sees with the celestial eyes of bright wisdom. I tried to send forth images of comfort and guidance to those who had died. I remembered the terror of death from my roughest ayahuasca experience, the confusion, the fear, and focused with all my being on trying to send good thoughts to the dead. I'm not a believer in the afterlife per se, but I do believe in the connection of all things and the illusory nature of time and space. Perhaps in some way, even many hours after the planes crashed, I contributed to helping reduce the fear of the people who lost their lives today. Knowing that around the world many other people were also sending such good thoughts, perhaps we did give some comfort across time. Perhaps we merely helped ourselves deal with the shock. In any case, it was a goodness. I next found myself being flooded by images of flashing police lights and felt the fear of the world. I was quite afraid for all of us who remain in this world. This is truly a time when cool heads must prevail to keep things from getting out of hand. Fear makes people do the stupidest of things. Fear creates doors for the Hitlers and Stalins of the world. All day I had been thinking of various police state scenarios which could arise from fearful overreaction to the day's attacks. Visions of martial law and war flickered through my mind, the colours of flashing police lights. I focused all my remaining energy to send out thoughts of calmness, wisdom, peace and reason to the leaders and populace of the world, and even to the people who carried out these crimes. After many long and hard minutes, I collapsed, exhausted, but with the feeling that all would turn out okay. It's never too late to send good thoughts out to the dead and to the living, and I strongly urge all reading this to perform whatever ritual seems appropriate, whether aided by entheogenic sacraments or not. Now is the time to fill our hearts with love and joy, difficult though that may be, rather than to allow ourselves to succumb to the hate and anger which creates such tragedies in the first place.
After having tripped on DPT at least 10 times, I thought that I had mastered the chemical. I was completely wrong. At about 12 p.m., I decided that I would insufflate 150 milligrams of DPT and go on a walk up the road to the dollar store. Shortly after leaving home, I vomited profusely due to the unsettling taste of the chemical's drip. Within 5 minutes, I was experiencing intense level 6 geometry. I began to freak out, thinking that there was no way I could go inside the dollar store like this. I continued walking, but it did not feel like I was moving at all. It felt as if I was walking in place while the world was zooming past me. As things became increasingly more intense, my trip took on a sinister and very unpleasant vibe. The visuals were so intense that I no longer knew where I was. The bodily sensations and visual impairment were just completely overwhelming. I had an extremely disconcerting sense of dysphoria. I felt as if I were in a cartoon-like nightmare. Even though I am very experienced with this chemical, I had formed a delusion that my mind was completely broken and I had gone insane. I thought the trip would never end. It felt like I had been tripping for hours, even though it was barely 15 minutes. At this point, I began to really start spazzing out. I would run back and forth and up and down the road, forgetting where I was and where I was going. I was completely lost, and I kept telling myself how much of an idiot I was for thinking I could handle this. I completely accepted that my mind was broken, that I would never be the same again. At this point, I started to form very unsettling scenarios and plots. I thought that I had been running around town tweaking for hours, and that everyone was in their yard pointing at me and laughing. I could literally hear voices yelling, "Look at him, he's gone crazy." I felt as if I had made some big mistake, and everyone knew what was going on. In reality, I don't think anyone was around. I ended up sitting on a bridge overlooking a river. I thought that life as I knew it was over. I thought about how my family would react, knowing that I had gone insane. They had warned me several times to stop taking psychedelic drugs, or I would one day end up in a mental hospital. I did not want to be suffering like this for all eternity in a mental hospital, so I came to the conclusion that I must die. At first, I was upset about this. I was literally in tears. I thought about everything that would happen once I died. I felt sorry for all of the people who would be affected and the people who would get in trouble for supplying me with this impure DPT that had so severely and indefinitely ruined my mind. I thought about my family and how much they would miss me. I even imagined my funeral. But I did not care. I was intent to end this pain and suffering. I thought about all of the ways that I could die. Perhaps drown myself in the river? Jump in front of someone's car? But then I realized that I may not be spiritually prepared for death. What if the trip continued into the afterlife? Would I be suffering like this forever and ever? I decided that I had to say goodbye to my mother. I ran home and told her that I had taken a drug called dipropyltryptamine and that I had gone insane forever. She had no clue what I was talking about and was very concerned because I had lost one of my sandals, I had a busted bloody lip, and I was covered in vomit and mud. I begged my mom to kill me and put me out of my misery before I got into the system and would have to suffer forever. She called 911 and told the paramedics that I was suffering from a drug overdose. They rushed me into the emergency room as if I was dying, which did not make my trip go any better. They said that my heart rate was 4 times what it should be, and my blood pressure was sky high. Thankfully, my trip came to an end shortly after arriving at the hospital. The doctors had no clue what to do since they have never heard of DPT. They contacted the Poison Control Center and then made me stay on IV fluids for over 5 hours. I also had to do a psychological evaluation before being able to leave. This was an extremely humbling experience, and I have learned that I must show proper respect for a chemical this powerful. I had no business going in public on such a high dose, let alone by myself. I am very lucky that I did not commit suicide, even when I had accepted that it was the only option. I have tripped hundreds of times over the past few years and never experienced anything this profound.
After having tripped on DPT at least 10 times, I thought that I had mastered the chemical. I was completely wrong. On the 3rd of December 2017 at about 12 PM, I decided that I would insufflate 150 milligrams of DPT and go on a walk up the road to the dollar store. Shortly after leaving home, I vomited profusely due to the unsettling taste of the chemical's drip. Within 5 minutes, I was experiencing intense level 6 geometry. And just to add a note here, geometry is actually defined as the experience of a person's field of vision becoming partially or completely encompassed by fast-moving, colourful and indescribably complex geometric patterns. Basically visuals on psychedelics, but some of the most intense and complex ones you can experience. So level 6 would be extremely high levels of geometry. So yeah, just thought I'd add that in there. I began to freak out, thinking that there was no way I could go inside the dollar store like this. I continued walking, but it did not feel like I was moving at all. It felt as if I was walking in place while the world was zooming past me. As things became increasingly more intense, my trip took on a sinister and very unpleasant vibe. The visuals were so intense that I no longer knew where I was. The bodily sensations and visual impairment were just completely overwhelming. I had an extremely disconcerting sense of dysphoria. I felt as if I were in a cartoon-like nightmare. Even though I am very experienced with this chemical, I had formed a delusion that my mind was completely broken and I had gone insane. I thought the trip would never end. It felt like I had been tripping for hours, even though it was barely 15 minutes. At this point, I began to really start spazzing out. I would run back and forth up and down the road, forgetting where I was and where I was going. I was completely lost, and I kept telling myself how much of an idiot I was for thinking I could handle this. I completely accepted that my mind was broken, that I would never be the same again. At this point, I started to form very unsettling scenarios and plots. I thought that I had been running around town tweaking for hours, and everyone was in their yard pointing at me and laughing. I could literally hear voices yelling, "Look at him, he's gone crazy." I felt as if I had made some big mistake, and everyone knew what was going on. In reality, I don't think anyone was around. I ended up sitting on a bridge, overlooking a river. I thought that life as I knew it was over. I thought about how my family would react, knowing that I had gone insane. They had warned me several times to stop taking psychedelic drugs, or I would one day end up in a mental hospital. I did not want to be suffering like this for all eternity in a mental hospital, so I came to the conclusion that I must die. At first, I was upset about this. I was literally in tears. I thought about everything that would happen once I died. I felt sorry for all the people who would be affected, and the people who would get in trouble for supplying me with this impure DPT that had so severely and indefinitely ruined my mind. I thought about my family and how much they would miss me. I even imagined my own funeral. But I did not care. I was intent to end this pain and suffering. I thought about all of the ways I could die. Perhaps drown myself in the river, jump in front of someone's car. But then I realised that I was maybe not spiritually prepared for death. What if the trip continued into the afterlife? Would I be suffering like this forever and ever? I decided that I had to say goodbye to my mother. I ran home and told her that I had taken a drug called dipropyltryptamine, and that I had gone insane forever. She had no clue what I was talking about, and was very concerned because I had lost one of my sandals. I had a busted bloody lip, and I was covered in vomit and mud. I begged my mum to kill me and put me out of misery, before I got into the system and would have to suffer forever. She called 911 and told the paramedics I was suffering from a drug overdose. They rushed me into the emergency room as if I was dying, which did not make my trip go any better. They said that my heart rate was 4 times what it should be, and my blood pressure was sky high. Thankfully, my trip came to an end shortly after arriving at the hospital. The doctors had no clue what to do since they'd never heard of DPT. They contacted the Poison Control Centre and then made me stay on IV fluids for over 5 hours. I also had to do a psychological evaluation before being able to leave. This was an extremely humbling experience, and I have learned that I must show proper respect for a chemical this powerful. I had no business going in public on such a high dose, let alone by myself. I am very lucky that I did not commit suicide, even when I had accepted that it was the only option. I have tripped hundreds of times over the past few years, and never experienced anything this profound.
So, for those of you who aren't in the know, this is actually a re-upload of a report I featured over a year ago called A Walk into the Depths of Insanity, a 150mg DPT trip report. Thought I'd go again with another DPT report in the vein of yesterday's one. Just thought I'd get you a video out before the weekend's done and before I do another one on Sunday, because I'm going to do these videos once every 2 days now rather than doing it every day. I feel like doing it every day just drowns people out in content. So yeah, this was quite an interesting one. The reason I re-uploaded it was because it got copyright claimed for some visuals from the movie Akira. Because I used to feature like film visuals in the videos, and you know what YouTube's like with copyright and everything, and that's why I mainly use game content, because I know it's not going to get flagged, and sometimes quite relaxing to watch. Oftentimes the movie scenes were a bit distracting. So yeah, this is another interesting one. I think the greatest lesson from this is that when you're taking 150mg of something as strong as DPT, don't go on a walk outside, really, when you're experiencing level 60 geometry. That is just utterly bizarre idea, really. You're just not going to have a fantastic trip if you do that. There's just far too many distractions and stimuli that you'll end up reacting to outside when you could have just done it in the comfort of your own home. I mean, it feels like it was always going to go a bit west for this person. The trip was always going to go awry anyway, but at least if he was inside, he might have just been able to ride it out, but outside is a different story. Yeah, like how he says, he could literally hear voices yelling, saying, "Oh, look at him, he's going crazy," and all this. And when you're hearing stuff like that on a psychedelic, it really just amplifies your anxieties, because you're so sensitive to every single bit of stimuli that's coming into your mind. So yeah, this was a nice brief little one from Psychonaut Wiki. I like the little ones from Psychonaut Wiki, the trip reports on here, because they're brief, but they just really get to the point of everything and don't elongate stuff. I know some people get annoyed with the trip reports when the writers obviously have a bit of a pretentious angle to how they write, a bit like the one yesterday where it's writing in third person. I don't think I didn't have any problem with it at all, but I know a lot of people are like, oh, this guy's completely full of himself. So it's nice to just have these short but brief and simple reports like these that get to the bottom of it. But in conclusion, I hope this guy ended up using this experience to better himself. Like he says, he tripped hundreds of times over the past few years, but never experienced anything this intense or profound. And yeah, oftentimes you can go through these horrible, traumatic experiences, and then the integration process can last for years and years. Obviously, it's all relative to the individual, but oftentimes a lot of these people do come out the other side, whether it's just through natural integration, meditating, contemplating, letting time heal, or sort of going back into psychedelics when they're ready, and allowing that heightened state of consciousness to allow them to work through the traumas, work through the shadow, and integrate what they once were confused and hurt them, and turn that into something positive and transformative. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed this one, and I'll see you again on Sunday for a chunky report, just a nice little one to tide you over whilst you get up to some law-abiding activities over the next few days. Stay safe, kids. Holy Hyperspace Freakout. A DPT trip report by St. Eric, posted to earwid.org July 18th, 2000. Before I get into this report, I just wanted to clear up the fact that this guy refers to himself in the third person throughout this report, so he'll actually reference himself as being Eric, so it'll sound like he's talking about someone else, but he's actually talking about him. So on Tuesday, Eric set himself up horizontal with a tape recorder, a magic journal, water, earplugs, a blindfold, etc., and snorted 250 milligrams of DPT, the pure powder, a foul-tasting and odorous product. After 10 minutes, I was very shaky, trembling, vibrating. The same vibrations that rock the skeleton spread to shake the whole room. He tears off his earplugs and blindfold. Pan has entered the inner room. Panic. The air is dense with shifting, dancing fractal shrimp. Geometry of visions is sharp, sliding. No thing is solid. How was I ever fooled into thinking it was in the first place? No thing can be held in my hands for too long. No place to observe from, no repose. Cannot rest on a blanket and pillow, which are molecules racing up to light speed, and the poor primate nervous system protests quantum physics in everyday life. He vomits fluorescent yellow and green into a crystal bathtub, suddenly sucked into an alternate world, out on the shimmering night streets with dark purple women. Now, back in the room. How long was he gone? Is this still going on? The world's gushing alive. Next, he's a yogi, suddenly overwhelmed with psychic energy. The third eye and crown chakra explode, eyes and mouth shocked open, doubled over onto knees. Sky of room invaded, blooming with fierce fire wheels. Mandalas send flaming electric shards to pierce repeatedly with real pain, as real as any phenomenal skin mutilation. The jolts enter muscles, nerves, moaning and screeching in pain. Helpless. The next world was a room with some guy in it. Eric has repeatedly done work to arrange situations and experiences and experiments so as to entertain himself, and then to write down what happens. But this time, he's gone too far. The experiment was too powerful, and consumed the laboratory. The guy begins yelling, "What the fuck did you do this for?" "I don't know." Both of them experience terrible fear, breaking up simultaneously with the room into cells, molecules, light, shaking violently as in an apocalyptic earthquake. Conceptions burnt out of skulls by endless light. The whole universe itself falls apart. All colours in electric air whirlpool into a mandala, eaten up forever. That's it. The world is over. Watching from the outside, it's very obvious that the human world was as stable as a house of toothpicks. It was amazing it didn't fall apart sooner in history. But the hideous human angel hasn't been crawling along the planet that long at all. And now, someone had pulled the plug out accidentally. He would find himself several times in a quasi-human world, with various bodies. Man, woman, old bum, machine, a teen girl, a cartoon, etc. with a fully different set of memories and characteristics, living some schizoid life for a few intense minutes, and then the whole thing would be eaten up into a mandala that throbs in space and would never fail to shock and horrify him. It's cold out here. Where's home? I want to go back. Where is home? Once, floating bodiless, no limbs to flail in protest, he asked why was the whole Earth human-ape contraption ever even running? Why does everyone have to struggle and suffer and get caught in animal drama, if it's all just going to close down anyway, and nobody gets no thing? Answer: it wasn't what you thought it was. It was not a difficult test. The organic world is like a ride, a warm 3D roller coaster. Once you get on it, you forget you were ever anywhere else, because you're so overwhelmed by the colours and nerve explosions and density of it all. From outside, this is clear. The universe is such a festive, holy space. To have meat bodies, what an opportunity for joy that is. So meanwhile, inside the wheel, inside the Earth world which goes on and on, whilst a few escape momentarily to see it from afar, as psychonauts or by death, death lets you out. Eric's body vehicle was raging psychotic, involved in all sorts of instinctive surrealism. With the source of attention chemically locked in other dimensions, the body continued to act upon itself in the environment, thrashing, howling, broke up an empty fish tank as well that was in the room, throwing glass into the bathtub, with which it climbed into wearing thermal underpants, and proceeded to use soap and glass shards to wash itself or something. Perhaps it was enjoyable. Maybe the glass looked very beautiful. Maybe it seemed like flowers or sponges or pieces of the body of God. I don't know. I don't remember. At this point, the neighbours across the hall called the police and rescue squad, because sound effects mimicked someone being severely beaten. Isn't the human world so funny? You can't go too far in any direction without someone coming in and scooping you up. Hold on, come back here. The report that he was given was that everyone feared him. He appeared possessed, berserk, amok, etc. It took 5 large men to subdue, and 5 times the usual dose of Ativan to tranquilise the body. This seems humorous now, and there's no memory of it available for viewing, only a few lovely scars. An objective video recording of this trip would be the most amazing action film he could ever watch. The closest memory he has of that scene is being one of a cult of beautiful wise children that sit up in wooden apartments smoking psychedelic mushrooms all day. We speak in a language that's evolved from English and sci-fi lingo, and is able to describe the otherwise incomprehensible experiences we share. One word retrieved into this world is hysteroid, which describes a mixed state of hysteria and psychoid traits. As in, I don't know what's up with him, he's been acting like such a hysteroid lately. Police came in, violent and ready to punish, and we were just like, oh, those guys, and ignored them. We knew there was no act more revolutionary than disassembling and reassembling reality in our own bedrooms. We were such perfect detached space explorers that the other poor humans' cries of protest and fear were less than the buzzing of dizzy flies. For the majority of the trip, there was no knowledge of ever having ingested a supplement called DPT, or any idea of Eric's life at all. There were a few flashes of the room, but it was wildly transformed into a savagely abstract version, with additional people, objects, new animals, furniture, etc. There was a recurring experience of being someone who had gone insane, and couldn't control the seizure-dancing body as it was propelled through life, running at 20 times the speed and intensity of ever before. He was being thrown bodily upstairs and down streets, through alleys and buildings and windows and plant life, and especially drowning in infinitely deep rainbow oceans. He saw morphing bodies and minds, faces exploding endlessly into a geyser of chaotic nature forms, and information living so violently inside the present moment that there was no memory, no time for history, and no anticipation, because every moment so incredibly bizarre and new that prediction itself would be ridiculous. The auditory information was a constant experience of weird echoing sounds, electronic-ish sounds formed physically, emotionally, visually present, many frequently resembling an unintelligible machine voice, or terrible freakish animal screams, or both. One world contained a sleek futuristic version of Eric and his friends, allies in a magical group based on revelations understood in a space accessible with a certain chemical key. This space shows this world, though through a lens so different that it becomes almost unrecognisable. You enter a wild stream of information that seems to be the raw chaos that permeates everything always. We call the knowledge gained in this space, in the state of receiving it, schizophrenic truth. One level of it, as you come closer back to your usual state, reveals life as a ride on an ever-blooming point, Hajit, or rather a continuous explosion of sensation channeled into the forms of your body and environment, which also is surrounded by infinite other pockets of experience, the collection of which is hyperspace, Nuit. We may access any of these points as rooms in an endless hotel, each room itself a universe, a complete life, or both, and travel as trans-dimensional nomads through alien territories until the chemical wears off, and we slip back into our home-based world with the obvious knowledge that it is one among infinite others inside the inconceivable freakiness of Mother Nature. Eric woke up at 6 AM the next morning, vomiting charcoal in New Orleans Charity Hospital, attached to a cartoon yellow catheter. The charcoal was for the fruitless project of trying to pump his stomach. Supposedly, the body was having seizures and later was put on a respirator. He signed a release from saying he would stop using drugs and collapsed into a taxi home wearing fat bleeding lips, a chipped tooth, many wide open smiling cuts, maroon bruises, and the world famous asexual hospital gown. Once again, Eric had found himself in the wrong culture. Any good old South American shaman or shamaness would tell you that spitting, screaming, vomiting, seizing, thrashing, mutilation, and visions of the body's destruction and end are all part of the extraterrestrial voyage. In the days following this, the body was drained and weak, and feared that the world would dissolve into a ruthless, all-consuming mandala, and my precious animal incarnation would be game over. This fear is extremely useful for enjoying the moment-to-moment life. In the weeks following all this, each time we smoked cannabis, the DPT imagery would turn on in the visual display, and a few playbacks of 3D sounds were witnessed. While in meditation, certain sounds, voices and images bubbled up which seemed to be parts of the trip and mental recordings of the rescue squad's voices, as well as the roommate's voice trying to communicate with him. But even with the bloody drama and overwhelming emergency, Eric regrets nothing and considers this one of the most potent and educational days of his Earth life so far. Profoundly Startled, a DPT, methoxetamine and nitrous oxide report by Pewter G. I'd been both looking forward to and dreading trying DPT for a while. After hearing many reports of users becoming uncomfortable and overwhelmed, as well as many reports of profound serenity, powerful visions and beautiful scenery, I'd built up an incredible respect for the drug with never having tried it. I adore both the mind-expanding visionary classic psychedelics, such as LSD, psilocybin mushrooms, 2CE, DMT, as well as the wonky, weird, introverted sit-your-ass-down and trip realm of dissociatives, like ketamine and methoxetamine. So DPT seemed like it would be a perfect addition to my medicine bag from what I'd heard of it. However, when I ended up being given some by one of my psychonaut friends, I found I was very apprehensive about putting this particular substance into my body, despite being quite typically eager to try the rest of my new selection, 2CT7, Myprosin, Metosin, 2CP, and 2CI. After reading many experience reports and the primer online a couple of times, I felt like I was mentally prepared to try it on for size. Now it all came down to finding the perfect moment, whatever that means. I had decided at work that day in mid-May that the perfect moment would be that night, for no other reason than because of the tried and true, it's now or never reasoning.
I was quite excited about trying it right up until the point where I was at home with the syringe full and ready to go, when the task seemed a lot more ominous and severe than fun and insightful. I had dissolved 30 micrograms in 3 cc of water with heat, which turned slightly opaque, a dark red, and smelled of the jungle junk aroma I associate with DMT. As I drew it up, the cotton ball I was using turned brown like dried blood. I did this hours before I planned on using it, because I was nervous and knew that I'd be more likely to do it if it was already drawn. But when I saw this reaction, I was a little less than amped. After going to the movies to see a crappy R-rated college flick, a few failed attempts at sleeping, and quite a bit more time questioning whether this was the right night, I had done miprocin, mushrooms and methoxetamine a couple of days prior. I read some final trip reports and smoked some bong before taking the plunge. I put on a Milo.nade set, Ottoman Audible, and stuck the syringe in my left thigh. I opted for IMing mostly because IMing is the route I am most comfortable with when compared to snorting or smoking, but also because of a lack of product. I was intent on going all the way in with this one, and had heard that many users much prefer this route to smoking, railing or ingesting. I decided I wanted to keep the lights on after reading reports of some people being touched or massaged by spirit entities. I was only going to be using 30 milligrams to just get a feeling for the drug, but I know from experience that having the lights off in a room during a dissociating experiment can impact the journey profoundly, and I was not keen on entity contact during this assay. I smoked a bong hit, laid back and waited for the effects to settle in. Soon after I noticed my hands and feet becoming clammy. This I realised was more of a sensation than a physical reaction, because my hands and feet were warm to the touch and dry, but this soon developed into cold sweating extremities. My mouth also felt pasty despite ample saliva, more noticeable than usual when I get stoned. I began to feel a rush I typically associate with low doses of salvia, like a sort of psychedelic panic where it feels like something big is very wrong. At this dose, however, the effect was more subtle than salvia, with me only observing the panic without getting caught up in it, but it did carry on to a faster tempo which permeated the whole experience. All of a sudden, everything in my visual field, levered by the spotlight of focus, was teeter-tottering up and down slightly, relatively quickly, giving a whooshing effect. At first I would not have defined it as shaking like many others do, as it was slower than shaking in my opinion. I would define it more as a fast wiggle. However, I could easily see that that sensation could be nauseating to others and would probably result in SBS if that force was applied to an infant. I only ever felt slight inklings of potential nausea, but there was no vomiting and I was more excited than uncomfortable. My headspace became more noticeable, like my mind's eye was widening and deepening to become more of an empty space than a screen to project thoughts on, which weighed my head down. I soon noticed the colours in my room intensify slightly, with neon green and saturated purple, the colour of magic, on the edge of perception, and watched as a vivid, almost jello-looking rainbow halo appeared around the hanging lamp in my room, which itself was climbing up and down its chain, the wide metal lampshade teeter-tottering. The light on my computer was going through cycles, each about 30 to 45 seconds long, where it would start motionless, steadily get more excited and release its energy by shaking and then vibrating, until it was back to being calm and slow, drifting rather than vibrating, until it got excited again. I reflect that the visual distortions are cartoonish, as described in many other reports, like everything was rotoscoped as in the film adaptation of P.K. Dick's A Scanner Darkly. There was a definite push to lie down and close my eyes, but the lack of mental imagery made this much less interesting. The only closed-eye visuals were psychedelic static, barely noticeable, yet active like the rest of my vision, swaying, wiggling and shaking slowly. I decided at T+25 that I needed to do either more DPT or something else if I wanted to get anything profound out of this substance during this experiment. I was stuck halfway into the experience, essentially barely affected by the distortions and sensations despite being immersed in them. I decided, after smoking some weed to little effect, that 25 milligrams of methoxetamine IM'd, half my usual amount when mixing, would be exactly what this experiment needed. This amount would act more as a catalyst to the DPT than anything to write home about in itself. I have used MXE with many psychedelics before to help explore them to great effect. It seems to replace perception of the drug's effect with the drug itself, facilitating becoming completely engrossed in the experience. I weigh it out on a milligram scale and injected it into my left buttock at T plus 35 minutes. I lay back down and waited to see what this will turn into. As the MXE kicked in, I noticed dancing shadows on my ceiling made from the after images of the light imprinted in my eye. They started off as shadows, but I soon saw them as spirits, with the impression of leading heads and tailing bodies, much like a comet. My long hair in front of my face, now much more noticeable than usual, felt as if it was flowing with energy, swaying and crimping slightly. I cannot even imagine what would happen if I turn off the music at this point, because this mellow, dubby set has become an integral part of this experience, with all activity mediated by the sounds, grounding the jarring with the serene. So important is the music that it feels almost as if it is a part of the ceremony of this drug. This set gave a very meditative, warm atmosphere, and it is only now, half an hour and 25 milligrams of MXE into it, that I appreciate this importance fully. The panic mellowed out a little, but the rushing remained, and was so powerful that it, along with the deeper mind's eye weighing my eyelids down, would make my eyes flutter closed to observe whatever visions were on the other side, which were still staticky, but were developing shapes and lines rapidly. Since my fear of entity contact had been completely shattered within the last 5 minutes, when one of the shadow spirits zoomed by my right ear from behind my head, I decided it was time to turn off the lights. Back in bed, the dancing shadows on the ceiling, which is still somewhat lit by my computer screen, continued to zoom around and chase each other. As I closed my eyes, the fuzz, continuing to take on more distinct forms, got more of a misty quality and was illuminated slightly. It was like watching small monochrome clouds up close, until I saw visions of hands, both indistinct, uncountable, yet clearly styled, coming together at the fingertips in blurry mudras in the middle of my headspace. They were all Janist style, sacredly cartoonish, with the fingers and the thumbs curved and pointed. They swam around each other, a screen hiding the back of my new headspace. This was almost as mystical and spiritual as what they had opened up to reveal. A bemused Tibetan Buddha head, lit from an unseen source directly beneath, pivoting back and forth inside my head. Only the part of the image that was being lit was visible, with the spots that would normally be taken up by shadows on a corporeal face, which with the extreme light angle was most of the face, simply not there, leaving empty space instead. There were points where he appeared as if he was a transparent Russian doll, with images on the inside equally as distinct as the outer form and becoming more clear with focus, both seeing through the image and at the image. I want to describe it as many images of the Buddha superimposed on top of each other and swimming around, over and through each other like the hands, but the 3D nature of the image called for more of a Russian doll analogy. In no way was it concrete enough to have this analogy hold true, apart from a consistent outer shell, varying in intensity but always present, like a Buddha aura. Despite being indistinct, the image was shown with such clarity that there was no denying its existence. I was in awe and reverence. I, for the first time for myself, had found a true entheogen. It could just as easily have been Jesus, Vishnu or Ra that I saw, but this Buddha was what found its way in. I had to laugh at how incredibly awe-inspiring and grandiose the vision was, but it was less of a ha-ha laugh and more of a ha-ha laugh. The shadow spirits were still zooming around the room when I opened my eyes, but the image, if you can call it that,
clung to my closed-eye visuals for at least 10 minutes. I could tell he was being persistent, making it perfectly clear to me that I saw what I saw. The shadows, now seeming more like small gods begging for belief than spirits simply haunting, also had more distinct characteristics. Some elvish, cheerful and good-spirited with slightly feline features, some dark clouds with gaping holes for mouths, almost Dementor or Ringwraith-like. I knew I was protected by my vision, so even the most malevolent looking of them was peered at with interest and curiosity. There was a religious and spiritual undertone to everything about the experience, from the patterning, between misty and cloudy, flowing, monochrome, with many lines, angles and spirals distorting my room, yet somehow linked to the higher nature of the drug, to the body sensations like pure awe, wonder and worship flowing through my body, which comes close to describing it. I could not sit or lie in a way that didn't convey to me some sort of yogic significance. My room was, including the garbage bags of clothes on the floor and the clutter on the desk, in perfect feng shui. The music, massively important as a grounding and calming agent by this time, was ancient and mystic. I did wonder about tantric sex, but my life partner, along with that thought, will remain in a different city for another couple of months, making it easy to stay in the current experience. I soon remember reading about the Temple of the True Inner Light briefly, and their use of DPT as a sacrament. I felt like I could be their next prophet just from this one experience, and immediately after the visions reduced back to fuzz, I got on the internet and looked up their website and some forums about them. I was disappointed with what I found. My opinion, too much Jesus, not enough personal interpretation, but was still filled with such serenity from having witnessed what I had, and with a renewed faith in psychedelics as entheogens. As the sensations and visuals became less engaging, my mind turned to trying to decipher and understand the experience. I came to the realisation that I had actually used DPT a couple of years prior, having been sold to me as a half gram of ketamine at a club. I knew it wasn't K after trying some at the event, because it didn't feel like K, what with the visual distortions and lack of defined dissociation, and it made my nose much more sore than K usually does. I must have had around 75 milligrams of the half gram after splitting it up with my friends, which I went home with and railed in bed to a much different experience than ketamine. Although it wasn't what I thought I had paid for, I still found myself interested in trying it again. The person I had got it from had sold me the last of her stash, and was herself utterly convinced it was ketamine, so there was no chance of getting more of it. I had been saying without certainty that it could have been DMT because of the short, colourful nature of the experience, and had stopped thinking about it after rationalising it that way. There was always a feeling of uncertainty about the experience, since I had figured it would be one of those things I would never know for sure. It was an odd eureka moment when I figured it out, because I had been wondering about that stuff for years, and to have such a sudden realisation being handed to me without any personal effort was, although amusing, almost jarring. I remembered the odd rushing dissociating feeling, the vivid and cartoonish visual distortion with lights reminiscent of melting jello, and watching a light on my computer in the dark room drift and wiggle up and down. When I looked closer at the light, I could see a spaceship or hovercraft. After remembering all this quite clearly, I tried to focus on a green light on my laptop to see if it would do the same. After a little bit, the area around the light was reduced to fuzz, and the little green light took off, slowly zooming and shaking around that area. It even looked like the spaceship from years ago, rounded and insectoid like a housefly, but steampunk styled. I was in an amazing mood, and wanted to prolong and intensify the mystic vibes for as long as possible, so I decided I would take a hit of nitrous to see how they mix. After my nitrous, myprosin and 2CE adventure, I had high hopes for nitrous mixed with any psychedelic, and since the visions were dying down, I wanted to see how far it could take me. I took a bong toke and cracked one canister into a balloon at around T plus 1 hour and 30 minutes. I got back into bed and took it in a couple of breaths. And, now what? Absolutely nothing spectacular happened with this combo during this experience. Why isn't it working? Maybe I have a tolerance. From using a single canister twice a month for the last couple months? Maybe that part of the brain is already being stimulated, or DPT already feels like nitrous. It might have been that Buddha had been the peak, and that any attempt to getting back there during this trip was futile. Whatever. The experience rolls on, with amorphous chunky cauliflower open eye patterning dominating my visuals, arranging itself to the music, which turned briefly into some unfocused monster totem spirit crumping during one particularly fresh glitch hop breakdown. Okay, maybe the nitrous did do something. As the unfocused fast patterning tapers off, I realise that there is quite a noticeable and slightly distracting soreness at the site of injection, only slightly worse than the flu vaccine. Again, religious undertones, spirit medicine, it hurts, but it works. That spot remained tender for 2 days after the injection, but went back to normal soon after. I made a mental note to never again take DPT in the leg. By T plus 2 hours and 30 minutes, I was pretty much back from the trip. The set was over, the bong hits did nothing, and I felt safe turning my computer off. But I was stuck in an odd spot in terms of integrating the experience into my life. I wanted to tell people about it and share the amazing knowledge that DPT is a direct way of facilitating worship of deities, but I knew so many of my friends were against research chemicals that even if I did tell people about the vision, many would be too hung up on the fact that I injected a chemical that no one knows anything about into one of my most precious limbs, and obviously saw some crazy life-altering shit to even think about how the experience could be relevant in their lives. How would I go about explaining the significance of this to my mother? I was also experiencing an odd dichotomy when thinking about using it again myself, although there was a part of me that was incredibly curious about exploring this at slightly higher doses ASAP. My body and memories of how rattling the experience was were telling me not to use it again for a while. The experience both calls for further investigation and begs to stand on its own. I found this paradox even when thinking about writing this report. I wanted to explore the drug more before saying the report is done, but I also wanted to finish the report before trying more. I did try it again to elaborate on some of the sensations and visuals. Seeing Buddha in itself was, although serene, almost unnerving, as I really was not expecting something that unbelievably profound. The effects faded away slowly, leaving nothing more than the cartoonish, glassy, jello-y quality, reduced to mild but noticeable for days. Classic MXE insomnia, asleep by T plus 3 hours and 30 minutes though, and an intense urge to find meaning for this experience, which continued for the next days as I wrote this report and integrated the experience into my life. I noticed that even a week after, as the effects of the drug contorted my HPPD, as all psychedelics do for me to some extent, adding a certain flavour to my daily life until my next experience. My closed eye patterning, which is usually just static, gained more coherent forms, like clouds well educated in human experience trying out different shapes until finding one that fits. Stretching weeks after the experience, I would see visions like an ornate ivy-covered lamppost, a stereotypically creepy young white girl with long brown braids, and indistinct monsters in architecture that would only vaguely resemble something concrete. The greatest respect for a drug since my LSD days stopped me from taking any DPT for a while after the experience. I couldn't stop thinking about it, but unlike other drugs that have made me feel this way, I felt like I had to wait long to use it out of respect for the experience. This was one of the most significant trips of my life, and I was in no hurry to push myself into it again. Although I do take spirituality and religion seriously, I was also one to take it with a grain of salt, and considered it something best suited to other people. Since the experience, my belief in deities has become strong, although still indistinct and centered around animism and mysticism, with some classic monotheism sprinkled on top for good measure, from this one experience. Just from this trip, I not only felt much more at peace with the world and myself, but gained a new perspective, nay, appreciation of religious philosophy, particularly of Asiatic religions. If this substance can expose me, an agnostic with no rigid beliefs, to as profound a religious and spiritual revelation as it did, I can only imagine how people with a definite deity would react. I'd become disconnected from my environment, body, obligations and stresses, and connected to something higher, spiritual, all-encompassing, yet undefinable and vague. No rules were laid out, no prophecies made, just a feeling and a vision were had, leaving the significance of this experience to guesswork, and, to a certain extent, moralistic reasoning. I reasoned, quite simply and in no new way, that the community should work together to keep the peace and ensure that everyone not only has their physical and mental needs met in a way that lets them create their own future, but has the opportunity to explore themselves, their faith and their beliefs, with whatever catalyst they see fit, as long as they respect their obligations to nurture and protect their body and mind, and family and community, and impede no one else on their journey of exploration and discovery. There is a spirit, both within and around all of us, that can, nay, must be called upon, through meditation, prayer, and theogen use, etc., to achieve a greater understanding of our place in this world, and diffuse our material stresses. I do plan on trying DPT again at the 40mg range with, if necessary, a canister of nitrous as the initial booster, and 25mg of MXC as the sustainer. But every time I think about using it again, I simultaneously think about how I still need to find meaning for my time with Buddha. Profoundly Startled, a DPT, methoxetamine and nitrous oxide report by Pewter G. I'd been both looking forward to and dreading trying DPT for a while. After hearing many reports of users becoming uncomfortable and overwhelmed, as well as many reports of profound serenity, powerful visions and beautiful scenery, I'd built up an incredible respect for the drug with never having tried it. I adore both the mind-expanding visionary classic psychedelics, such as LSD, psilocybin mushrooms, 2CE, DMT, as well as the wonky, weird, introverted sit-your-ass-down and trip realm of dissociatives, like ketamine and methoxetamine. So DPT seemed like it would be a perfect addition to my medicine bag from what I'd heard of it. However, when I ended up being given some by one of my psychonaut friends, I found I was very apprehensive about putting this particular substance into my body, despite being quite typically eager to try the rest of my new selection, 2CT7, Myprosin, Metosin, 2CP, and 2CI. After reading many experience reports and the primer online a couple of times, I felt like I was mentally prepared to try it on for size. Now it all came down to finding the perfect moment, whatever that means. I had decided at work that day in mid-May that the perfect moment would be that night, for no other reason than because of the tried and true, it's now or never reasoning. I was quite excited about trying it right up until the point where I was at home with the syringe full and ready to go, when the task seemed a lot more ominous and severe than fun and insightful. I had dissolved 30 micrograms in 3 cc of water with heat, which turned slightly opaque, a dark red, and smelled of the jungle junk aroma I associate with DMT. As I drew it up, the cotton ball I was using turned brown like dried blood. I did this hours before I planned on using it, because I was nervous, and knew that I'd be more likely to do it if it was already drawn. But when I saw this reaction, I was a little less than amped. After going to the movies to see a crappy R-rated college flick, a few failed attempts at sleeping, and quite a bit more time questioning whether this was the right night, I had done Myprosin, mushrooms and methoxetamine a couple of days prior. I read some final trip reports and smoked some bong before taking the plunge. I put on a Milo.nade set, Ottoman Audible, and stuck the syringe in my left thigh. I opted for IMing mostly because IMing is the route I am most comfortable with when compared to snorting or smoking, but also because of a lack of product. I was intent on going all the way in with this one, and had heard that many users much prefer this route to smoking, railing, or ingesting. I decided I wanted to keep the lights on after reading reports of some people being touched or massaged by spirit entities. I was only going to be using 30 milligrams to just get a feeling for the drug, but I know from experience that having the lights off in a room during a dissociating experiment can impact the journey profoundly, and I was not keen on entity contact during this assay. I smoked a bong hit, laid back and waited for the effects to settle in. Soon after I noticed my hands and feet becoming clammy. This I realised was more of a sensation than a physical reaction, because my hands and feet were warm to the touch and dry, but this soon developed into cold sweating extremities. My mouth also felt pasty despite ample saliva, more noticeable than usual when I get stoned. I began to feel a rush I typically associate with low doses of salvia, like a sort of psychedelic panic where it feels like something big is very wrong. At this dose, however, the effect was more subtle than salvia, with me only observing the panic without getting caught up in it, but it did carry on to a faster tempo which permeated the whole experience. All of a sudden, everything in my visual field, levered by the spotlight of focus, was teeter-tottering up and down slightly, relatively quickly, giving a whooshing effect. At first I would not have defined it as shaking like many others do, as it was slower than shaking in my opinion. I would define it more as a fast wiggle. However, I could easily see that that sensation could be nauseating to others and would probably result in SBS if that force was applied to an infant. I only ever felt slight inklings of potential nausea, but there was no vomiting and I was more excited than uncomfortable. My headspace became more noticeable, like my mind's eye was widening and deepening to become more of an empty space than a screen to project thoughts on, which weighed my head down. I soon noticed the colours in my room intensify slightly, with neon green and saturated purple, the colour of magic, on the edge of perception, and watched as a vivid, almost jello-looking rainbow halo appeared around the hanging lamp in my room, which itself was climbing up and down its chain, the wide metal lampshade teeter-tottering. The light on my computer was going through cycles, each about 30 to 45 seconds long, where it would start motionless, steadily get more excited and release its energy by shaking and then vibrating, until it was back to being calm and slow, drifting rather than vibrating, until it got excited again. I reflect that the visual distortions are cartoonish, as described in many other reports, like everything was rotoscoped as in the film adaptation of P.K. Dick's A Scanner Darkly. There was a definite push to lie down and close my eyes, but the lack of mental imagery made this much less interesting. The only closed-eye visuals were psychedelic static, barely noticeable, yet active like the rest of my vision, swaying, wiggling and shaking slowly. I decided at T+25 that I needed to do either more DPT or something else if I wanted to get anything profound out of this substance during this experiment. I was stuck halfway into the experience, essentially barely affected by the distortions and sensations despite being immersed in them. I decided, after smoking some weed to little effect, that 25 milligrams of methoxetamine IM'd, half my usual amount when mixing, would be exactly what this experiment needed. This amount would act more as a catalyst to the DPT than anything to write home about in itself. I have used MXE with many psychedelics before to help explore them to great effect. It seems to replace perception of the drug's effect with the drug itself, facilitating becoming completely engrossed in the experience. I weigh it out on a milligram scale and injected it into my left buttock at T+35 minutes. I lay back down and waited to see what this will turn into. As the MXE kicked in, I noticed dancing shadows on my ceiling made from the after images of the light imprinted in my eye. They started off as shadows, but I soon saw them as spirits, with the impression of leading heads and tailing bodies, much like a comet. My long hair in front of my face, now much more noticeable than usual, felt as if it was flowing with energy, swaying and crimping slightly. I cannot even imagine what would happen if I turn off the music at this point, because this mellow, dubby set has become an integral part of this experience, with all activity mediated by the sounds, grounding the jarring with the serene. So important is the music that it feels almost as if it is a part of the ceremony of this drug. This set gave a very meditative, warm atmosphere, and it is only now, half an hour and 25 milligrams of MXE into it, that I appreciate this importance fully. The panic mellowed out a little, but the rushing remained, and was so powerful that it, along with the deeper mind's eye weighing my eyelids down, would make my eyes flutter closed to observe whatever visions were on the other side, which were still staticky, but were developing shapes and lines rapidly. Since my fear of entity contact had been completely shattered within the last 5 minutes, when one of the shadow spirits zoomed by my right ear from behind my head, I decided it was time to turn off the lights. Back in bed, the dancing shadows on the ceiling, which is still somewhat lit by my computer screen, continued to zoom around and chase each other. As I closed my eyes, the fuzz, continuing to take on more distinct forms, got more of a misty quality and was illuminated slightly. It was like watching small monochrome clouds up close, until I saw visions of hands, both indistinct, uncountable, yet clearly styled, coming together at the fingertips in blurry madras in the middle of my headspace. They were all Janus style, sacredly cartoonish, with the fingers and the thumbs curved and pointed. They swam around each other, a screen hiding the back of my new headspace. This was almost as mystical and spiritual as what they had opened up to reveal. A bemused Tibetan Buddha head, lit from an unseen source directly beneath, pivoting back and forth inside my head. Only the part of the image that was being lit was visible, with the spots that would normally be taken up by shadows on a corporeal face, which with the extreme light angle was most of the face, simply not there, leaving empty space instead. There were points where he appeared as if he was a transparent Russian doll, with images on the inside equally as distinct as the outer form and becoming more clear with focus, both seeing through the image and at the image. I want to describe it as many images of the Buddha superimposed on top of each other and swimming around, over and through each other like the hands, but the 3D nature of the image called for more of a Russian doll analogy. In no way was it concrete enough to have this analogy hold true, apart from a consistent outer shell, varying in intensity but always present, like a Buddha aura. Despite being indistinct, the image was shown with such clarity that there was no denying its existence. I was in awe and reverence. I, for the first time for myself, had found a true entheogen. It could just as easily have been Jesus, Vishnu or Ra that I saw, but this Buddha was what found its way in. I had to laugh at how incredibly awe-inspiring and grandiose the vision was, but it was less of a ha-ha laugh and more of a ha-ha laugh. The shadow spirits were still zooming around the room when I opened my eyes, but the image, if you can call it that, clung to my closed-eye visuals for at least 10 minutes. I could tell he was being persistent, making it perfectly clear to me that I saw what I saw. The shadows, now seeming more like small gods begging for belief than spirits simply haunting, also had more distinct characteristics, some elvish, cheerful and good-spirited with slightly feline features, some dark clouds with gaping holes for mouths, almost Dementor or Ringwraith-like. I knew I was protected by my vision, so even the most malevolent looking of them was peered at with interest and curiosity. There was a religious and spiritual undertone to everything about the experience, from the patterning, between misty and cloudy, flowing, monochrome, with many lines, angles and spirals distorting my room, yet somehow linked to the higher nature of the drug, to the body sensations like pure awe, wonder and worship flowing through my body, which comes close to describing it. I could not sit or lie in a way that didn't convey to me some sort of yogic significance. My room was, including the garbage bags of clothes on the floor and the clutter on the desk, in perfect feng shui.
The music, massively important as a grounding and calming agent by this time, was ancient and mystic. I did wonder about tantric sex, but my life partner, along with that thought, will remain in a different city for another couple of months, making it easy to stay in the current experience. I soon remember reading about the Temple of the True Inner Light briefly, and their use of DPT as a sacrament. I felt like I could be their next prophet just from this one experience, and immediately after the visions reduced back to fuzz, I got on the internet and looked up their website and some forums about them. I was disappointed with what I found. My opinion, too much Jesus, not enough personal interpretation, but was still filled with such serenity from having witnessed what I had, and with a renewed faith in psychedelics as entheogens. As the sensations and visuals became less engaging, my mind turned to trying to decipher and understand the experience. I came to the realisation that I had actually used DPT a couple of years prior, having been sold to me as a half gram of ketamine at a club. I knew it wasn't K after trying some at the event, because it didn't feel like K, what with the visual distortions and lack of defined dissociation, and it made my nose much more sore than K usually does. I must have had around 75 milligrams of the half gram after splitting it up with my friends, which I went home with and railed in bed to a much different experience than ketamine. Although it wasn't what I thought I had paid for, I still found myself interested in trying it again. The person I had got it from had sold me the last of her stash, and was herself utterly convinced it was ketamine, so there was no chance of getting more of it. I had been saying without certainty that it could have been DMT because of the short, colourful nature of the experience, and had stopped thinking about it after rationalising it that way. There was always a feeling of uncertainty about the experience, since I had figured it would be one of those things I would never know for sure. It was an odd eureka moment when I figured it out, because I had been wondering about that stuff for years, and to have such a sudden realisation being handed to me without any personal effort was, although amusing, almost jarring. I remembered the odd rushing dissociating feeling, the vivid and cartoonish visual distortion with lights reminiscent of melting jello, and watching a light on my computer in the dark room drift and wiggle up and down. When I looked closer at the light, I could see a spaceship or hovercraft. After remembering all this quite clearly, I tried to focus on a green light on my laptop to see if it would do the same. After a little bit, the area around the light was reduced to fuzz, and the little green light took off, slowly zooming and shaking around that area. It even looked like the spaceship from years ago, rounded and insectoid like a housefly, but steampunk styled. I was in an amazing mood, and wanted to prolong and intensify the mystic vibes for as long as possible, so I decided I would take a hit of nitrous to see how they mix. After my nitrous, myprosin and 2CE adventure, I had high hopes for nitrous mixed with any psychedelic, and since the visions were dying down, I wanted to see how far it could take me. I took a bong toke and cracked one canister into a balloon at around T plus 1 hour and 30 minutes. I got back into bed and took it in a couple of breaths. And, now what? Absolutely nothing spectacular happened with this combo during this experience. Why isn't it working? Maybe I have a tolerance. From using a single canister twice a month for the last couple months? Maybe that part of the brain is already being stimulated, or DPT already feels like nitrous. It might have been that Buddha had been the peak, and that any attempt to getting back there during this trip was futile. Whatever, the experience rolls on, with amorphous chunky cauliflower open eye patterning dominating my visuals, arranging itself to the music, which turned briefly into some unfocused monster totem spirit crumping during one particularly fresh glitch hop breakdown. Okay, maybe the nitrous did do something. As the unfocused fast patterning tapers off, I realise that there is quite a noticeable and slightly distracting soreness at the site of injection, only slightly worse than a flu vaccine. Again, religious undertones, spirit medicine, it hurts, but it works. That spot remained tender for 2 days after the injection, but went back to normal soon after.
I made a mental note to never again take DPT in the leg. By T plus 2 hours and 30 minutes, I was pretty much back from the trip. The set was over, the bong hits did nothing, and I felt safe turning my computer off. But I was stuck in an odd spot in terms of integrating the experience into my life. I wanted to tell people about it and share the amazing knowledge that DPT is a direct way of facilitating worship of deities, but I knew so many of my friends were against research chemicals that even if I did tell people about the vision, many would be too hung up on the fact that I injected a chemical that no one knows anything about into one of my most precious limbs, and obviously saw some crazy life-altering shit to even think about how that experience could be relevant in their lives. How would I go about explaining the significance of this to my mother? I was also experiencing an odd dichotomy when thinking about using it again myself. Although there was a part of me that was incredibly curious about exploring this at slightly higher doses ASAP, my body and memories of how rattling the experience was were telling me not to use it again for a while. The experience both calls for further investigation and begs to stand on its own. I found this paradox even when thinking about writing this report. I wanted to explore the drug more before saying the report is done, but I also wanted to finish the report before trying more. I did try it again to elaborate on some of the sensations and visuals. Seeing Buddha in itself was, although serene, almost unnerving, as I really was not expecting something that unbelievably profound. The effects faded away slowly, leaving nothing more than the cartoonish, glassy, jello-y quality, reduced to mild but noticeable for days. Classic MXE insomnia, asleep by T plus 3 hours and 30 minutes though, and an intense urge to find meaning for this experience, which continued for the next days as I wrote this report and integrated the experience into my life. I noticed that even a week after, as the effects of the drug contorted my HPPD, as all psychedelics do for me to some extent, adding a certain flavour to my daily life until my next experience. My closed eye patterning, which is usually just static, gained more coherent forms, like clouds well educated in human experience trying out different shapes until finding one that fits. Stretching weeks after the experience, I would see visions like an ornate ivy-covered lamppost, a stereotypically creepy young white girl with long brown braids, and indistinct monsters in architecture that would only vaguely resemble something concrete. The greatest respect for a drug since my LSD days stopped me from taking any DPT for a while after the experience. I couldn't stop thinking about it, but unlike other drugs that have made me feel this way, I felt like I had to wait long to use it out of respect for the experience. This was one of the most significant trips of my life, and I was in no hurry to push myself into it again. Although I do take spirituality and religion seriously, I was also one to take it with a grain of salt, and considered it something best suited to other people. Since the experience, my belief in deities has become strong, although still indistinct and centered around animism and mysticism, with some classic monotheism sprinkled on top for good measure, from this one experience. Just from this trip, I not only felt much more at peace with the world and myself, but gained a new perspective, nay, appreciation of religious philosophy, particularly of Asiatic religions. If this substance can expose me, an agnostic with no rigid beliefs, to as profound a religious and spiritual revelation as it did, I can only imagine how people with a definite deity would react. I'd become disconnected from my environment, body, obligations and stresses, and connected to something higher, spiritual, all-encompassing, yet undefinable and vague. No rules were laid out, no prophecies made, just a feeling and a vision were had, leaving the significance of this experience to guesswork, and, to a certain extent, moralistic reasoning. I reasoned, quite simply and in no new way, that the community should work together to keep the peace and ensure that everyone not only has their physical and mental needs met in a way that lets them create their own future, but has the opportunity to explore themselves, their faith and their beliefs, with whatever catalyst they see fit, as long as they respect their obligations to nurture and protect their body and mind, and family and community, and impede no one else on their journey of exploration and discovery. There is a spirit, both within and around all of us, that can, nay, must be called upon, through meditation, prayer, and theogen use, etc., to achieve a greater understanding of our place in this world and diffuse our material stresses. I do plan on trying DPT again at the 40mg range with, if necessary, a canister of nitrous as the initial booster and 25mg of MXC as the sustainer. But every time I think about using it again, I simultaneously think about how I still need to find meaning for my time with Buddha. Nihilist Mysticism, a DPT trip report by Jickle, uploaded to erawid.org on December 3rd, 2003. Yesterday I heard by chance of a small gathering of friends. When I arrived I found to my delight that there would be party favours. There were good quantities of DPT, 5-MeO DIPT and 2CI on hand. Having already had one invaluable experience with DPT, I felt I owed it to myself to try it again. I therefore elected to dose up with 65mg of insufflated DPT at 8 PM. My friend M, who had come along to the party with me, took some 2CI. Within 5 minutes the DPT came on strong, so I sat down on a sofa with M and watched B play Final Fantasy X. I can't remember much of the early portion of the experience, and I wouldn't have been able to write anything about it down, so I will summarise as best I can. For a while I felt great, if afflicted with the usual DPT tremors, and just watched the game. Then I got up and called another friend, A, who had just come home, over into the suite. We talked a little bit, although I mostly said wow. One thing that occurred to me as we were talking was that a unique characteristic of the insufflated DPT experience for me is the feeling that my head has expanded and become a cavernous space containing everything in reach. Noseless, with wind blowing through the gigantic cavern being the experience of breath. I felt enormous, diffuse, encompassing all things. Suddenly I realised that the spot we were standing in was highly overstimulating. Music from the seating area, which was driving, if cheerful, was colliding, it seemed, on the very spot where we were standing with angry loud music from a nearby bedroom. I noted this fact to him and moved back to the couches, where he soon followed. He said he realised what I meant very quickly after I left, and sat down with me. I tried to communicate with him, since he seemed curious about what I was experiencing. I described to him how everything moved and shimmered with the characteristics of smoke plume from a stylised cartoon, as though a quick motion would mix all things together into a heterogeneous cloud. Eventually I lost the ability to put it all into words and stopped trying. From time to time D, the kind friend who had had the DPT, would walk by, and because I was becoming more anxious, I stopped him and hugged him closely. The warmth and intimacy made me feel very much better. Still, I became more and more anxious, gulping down water from the sink. The sink preoccupied me for a while. Firstly because of the black light above it, which shone on fluorescing chalk designs on the mirror, an angry stick man with a giant head. As I turned the faucet, the water came not out of the tap, but out of another tap set in the wall perpendicular to the sink, apparently the outlet for a water filtering system. The cool water seemed to go from inside my mouth to nowhere. I wasn't sure if I was inhaling the water or swallowing it, and I felt myself to be the gateway to a giant covetous hunger. This was a terrifying thought, and although I was less anxious than during my DPT-induced bad trip, I still became very afraid. On D's advice, I climbed up into a loft with a mattress on it, which was situated above the couches near the television. I lay there for a long time, eyes closed, with only the sense of a single point which housed myself. I had visions of metallic colours, both primary and pastel, fashioned into arrows and departing from that single point, crawling and trailing their essence across an endless frame of reference. After these visions subsided, I became aware of myself on the loft again, and began looking around for D. I felt an aching need to be reassured by him. He and others came and went, occasionally asking how I was doing, and I soon noticed that C had just arrived with a friend. I soon attracted his attention, and he helped me descend from the loft. I'd climbed up using a chair for a boost, but this same chair suddenly seemed too small. I was sure that I would fall through what appeared to be a dangerous distance before I reached the ground. C comforted me, and I soon descended to the chair and then to the ground with a small bounce. I talked with C for a little while about nothing in particular, and sat down to watch a movie. As is usual at these gatherings, the music, which had become a trippy melange of slowly changing loops over heavy beats, continued while the movie played subtitled. First we watched Beetlejuice, which I found extremely entertaining, if absolutely confusing. It didn't help matters that B mistakenly ejected the DVD at least once. I believe I saw the beginning of the movie at least 3 times, and know that I did at least twice. The scene in which the trendy family invading the dead couple's house did a calypso dance at the dinner table struck me as particularly relevant. For a while I sat cross-legged on the couch, eyes half shut, thinking about something I can't particularly remember. I suddenly realised, however, that I was sitting and staring at a curly fry. I still don't know where it came from. I suppose I may have found it on a plate that was lying around, but I was extremely amused by it, and B, M and I laughed long and hard. A little later I similarly mysteriously came into the possession of the front of a box of Pokemon cereal advertising new Pichu, Wobbuffet and Cleffa marshmallows. I held on to this, gazing at it for a long time. During one of the scenes of the movie I became confused as to whether birth was being given, or the characters were eating at some sort of restaurant staffed by football players, and so I stared at the cereal box, playfully pretending that it was a menu. Toward what I thought was the end of the movie, a witch doctor shrunk Beetlejuice's head, and I soon became aware that my head too had begun to shrink back to its normal size. I could even feel my nose again. As the film ended with the teenage daughter, played by Winona Ryder, floating in the air and dancing a similar calypso number, I felt a warm sense of good fortune wash over me. I had a beautifully intense, meaningful experience. The next film we watched was Run Lola Run. I found it extremely touching. The permutations of her plight, all set off by her boyfriend's loss of 100,000 marks on a train, got me thinking about the nature of life. Her intensity of emotion, her willingness to risk herself for a loved one, struck a deep chord. In the first variation on her story, she dies from a gunshot wound, and it was at this point that the experience moved from a sensual, playful, if extremely intense tone, to a much more serious philosophical one. Lola had risked her life, and given it up out of love. But what could she have accomplished had she not died? What if she had given her boyfriend up for lost and walked away? Had her life been worth it? I began examining the characteristics of my life up to this point. I felt as though I had learned many things, tapped a variety and depth of experience that I felt to be quite satisfying, if not complete, but I knew that I was not prepared to die. I next looked at my personality. It seemed to me that I was filled with an endless need for affirmation and for people to notice me, that I moved from place to place practically screaming, "Here I am." I realised that all things being equal, maybe this isn't the most helpful or attractive of personalities, but I also realised that this wasn't the whole dimension. I felt imbued with love, and knew that if I could only draw others to this love that they would swim in it, wanting it, content. And so I sat on the couch thinking a mantra to myself. I am, I am, I am, I am, until I practically buzzed with this silent affirmation. I felt the magnitude of love within me reaching out to everyone in sight, and I sought out D and hugged him close for a long while, glowing with happiness in our mutual warmth. Satisfied, I walked into a room he and B had been painting and stood there with M, glorying in the tiny little details of the walls. Here there was a crucified stick figure, Jesus, bleeding hands stretched wide on his wooden frame, proclaiming that he loves me this much. In another spot there was a tiny circle of colour and light in the big dark space. It looked as though a shabby street corner was sticking out from the nothingness, and that if I could only pry it aside I would be in a new world. Eventually I was overcome by the ramshackle beauty of the muraling, and lay back down on the couch to think. I had just recently been to a talk by 2 Nobel laureates on global climate change, and I recalled the acute fear of death which had been inspired by my growing awareness of the world's startling fragility. I had always kept in the back of my head that I'd die one day. I realised that eventually everyone who had ever known me would die, that everyone who had known of them would die, and onward until all things were consumed by death's merciless expansion. This sense of an endless march of all existence into the dark of death stayed with me for the rest of the night. I asked myself why I learn anything, why I love people, why I do drugs, why I read books, why do I do any of this, when as certain as the sun rises it will set and then die, when books will decay with time, when people will turn to dust. And I realised that we divide our lives into pieces in order to mark our progress toward our unending death. I was overcome with the agony of waiting. Why must I stay here so long when it must all come to an end in a relative blink of an eye? Whose hatred rejoiced in teasing me with joys and loves and learning and hope, when it would just last long enough to be ripped away. I felt my consciousness voided and quietly began to weep, tears dripping one by one from my eyes. I realised that all people necessarily seek out the degree of experience in their lives that they can manage, sampling from each mode and tone of being until they had the fullest possible portfolio. We each become, in essence, a commentator on experience, a critical onlooker devoted to the analysis of our own lives, losing ourselves only momentarily to the strength of experience. But who is the arbiter who decides when we have completed our collection? Who is the grand filter? Whose judgment stops our lives? I was sure that death is an unthinking mechanism, an idiot abstract construct without the capability to make these choices. Who, then, does? I felt like the protagonist of Franz Kafka's Trial, as though I should reach out my hands in front of me and give myself up to death, as though the shame of it should outlive me. There is no man behind the curtain, I said to myself. The only thing that is eternal is death. Even time will one day be devoured. In this moment I saw myself as parallel to death, possessing the same characteristics: unending need, a hunger for all things, a ruthless self-indulgence. I felt fat on the blood and flesh of all things, that I hoard people and experience out of a desperate desire to keep it from death. Death had its microcosm in me. And so for the rest of the night I became consumed with this question: why press on in the face of death? Is there value in death that I cannot see now, but will only see when I have reached it? Why? I was consumed wholly and utterly by the question of death and its concomitant nothingness. I had become what I can only call a nihilist mystic. At this point I had mostly come down physically, but obviously the mental energy the DPT had imbued me with had not been spent. C said that he was leaving to go to another party. Would I like to come? The answer was yes, since I felt satisfied with the gathering up to that point and felt the need for a change of scenery. Em and I departed, and I made sure to give D a long, hard hug for having guided my way to this important train of thought. As we walked the short distance to the building where the other party was in full swing, the loving coolness of the night made me think that maybe death isn't so bad, that it might be like the transition I just experienced, a movement from screaming intensity to quiet, gentle comfort. We climbed what seemed like endless flights of stairs to the 5th floor, ending up in a similarly endless seeming corridor. I felt as though the journey to death was being reenacted in pantomime. Many people were at this second party. From broad samplings of different social circles I move in. I felt very happy to be in such a familiar group, and had short conversations with a few people. I felt awkward, as if I was imposing on their ability to enjoy themselves. Something else was very wrong. The corridor was terribly narrow, and there were too many people to make moving comfortable. I felt as though I were a blood cell tumbling through a bloodstream or an amoeba between 2 microscopy plates. I wandered into a room and found that, as it was a Mardi Gras party, there were negotiations being held over bead-worthy actions. It looked like an antebellum slave market, a human meat market, with people driven by their appetites to bid for the debasement of others. It made me extremely uncomfortable, and I quickly exited. I walked down the hall in a different direction, imagining myself a particle undergoing Brownian motion, until I ran into a friend, R, who is a small man like myself and usually runs around shirtless. I grabbed him and did the equivalent of a wrestling move, spinning him around in my arms far above the ground, finally plopping him down. He asked me what was going on, and I replied, "I hugged you," and wandered off. A little later during my visit, which had taken on the characteristic strangeness of a demented carnival, I saw R engaged in a pseudo-sexual act with H and J. H is an old crusty alumnus with a thing for spanking, and started spanking J while R stood in front of her clutching what appeared to be a small cable. H began spanking more and more quickly. The crowd began yelling R's name, and finally raced down the hall cable in hand. It was like an insane kinetic sculpture, and I found it to be very beautiful. Soon I found myself in a lounge, but it made me too uncomfortable to want to stay any longer, so I found my way out of the building, by the endless flights of stairs, and walked into the bosom of the night. I reeled around on the snowy ground, experiencing a joy in life, in the moment, and finally sprawled out coatless on the cold ground. I felt as though the world were pulling me into its bosom. After a few minutes I got up and walked away, first slowly, then more and more quickly, until I was nearly running, crying, laughing, overcome with an onslaught of conflicting feelings. I was sure that I would be arrested for public intoxication, but I didn't care. I careened through a world alive with emotion. When I got home, I ran about with my Pokemon cereal box cover and talked to friends, drank some soda, and finally got tired. Around 1 AM I finally sat in the corner on my bed, curled in a blanket, and put on Aphex Twin's Selected Ambient Works Volume 2, and contemplated the nature of death. Two friends, M2 and A2, came into the room. M2 played a game on my GameCube and they talked. I peripherally took in the details of their conversation. A2 breaking into tears during her writing class. M2's disappointment over her boyfriend's indifference to a creative attempt to express herself to him, and other things. I felt touched that they would discuss these things in my presence. Finally I began to drift off around 2:30. As I fell asleep I realised that one day, although I can't understand it now, I will have filled my life with so much joy and so much pain that it will no longer matter that it will disappear, that it will eventually mean nothing. I will be satisfied simply for the chance to have experienced it. In other words, one day if you are fortunate enough, when your children have grown, when your work has met its conclusion, when you have loved and been loved, when the breadth and depth of your experience has grown beyond the bounds of your hopes and dreams, when the quiet grief of others' deaths has become as familiar to you as your own face, you will peel everything away. You will say farewell to your children. You will sign your final paper. You will embrace your loved ones for the last time, complete your inner memoir, and look forward to your fallen friends. You will wade out into the ocean of night that is home to death, and finally push off into that endless sea of bittersweet satisfaction. The moment will never end. Postscript some weeks later. I feel like this trip has genuinely reshaped my beliefs, changing my outlook from virulently atheistic to decidedly agnostic. I have my hopes and theories about our place in the scheme of things, but I don't think I'll ever be able to hold them with the same strength of belief. This uncertainty is something I've accepted in my life post-trip. Death has become a philosophical preoccupation. I think about the place of death in our lives very often. I'm not depressed at all. I've just begun contemplating aspects of life which previously I'd found convenient to ignore and treat lightly. The intensity and urgency with which I have begun to examine my life and my views is totally unprecedented, and I value this experience for having helped me to become more circumspect. Even a month later, this trip remains iconic, an overshadowing presence in my daily life. I would hate to be thought guilty of indulging in abstract sloganeering, the bit of melodrama at the end of the report notwithstanding, a charge I subtly levelled at the end of important unpleasant trip. Still, this night on DPT caused a definite and persistent change in me, and I'm taking it deadly seriously. In using DPT, and I almost definitely will again, I suggest you take note of this transformative potential.